What's up, guys? Welcome to Live at the Bike High Stakes Fridays. It is Mark Goon, aka Squish My Tomato. We've got a 50, 50, 100 plus a $100 big blind ante today.
Hey, Kurt.
You have 9.
You're 9, yeah.
The fish is here.
He's here.
Yep.
This is the first hand.
Wait, let me tell you.
That's not about you, John.
Yeah, no, I know.
Everything you do, dollars on late. I love it.
But that was a good mix, you know, of like
Yeah,
fun, you know, poker and like kind of like.
What's your name, man? Raj, I'm Garrett. Good to meet you, bro. What's that?
Apple in the hand.
Yeah. What's that corny fucking saying? An apple a day.
So I'm in the Twitch chat, and I'm getting
That's
the
something, right?
Keeps the doctor away.
YouTube
Helps
chat
you to
pulled up right now. We've got some familiar
what did you say?
faces at the table. We've got Andy.
You know, despite all the how hard time
Looks like
I gave
Garrett
John,
just
Bill
walked in.
brought the pulse back today.
Good for
I did.
you, man.
Maria
This guy really
and
doesn't give a
C8.
fuck.
Yeah, he does.
Maria,
I'm
John
wearing it out of
C1,
spite.
Art, of
Yeah,
course,
that's why you can't cave.
and C2.
That's why you can't cave. You have to weigh out all of it.
Now I'm wearing it.
He
like,
cares.
Now I'm wearing it everywhere.
He cares so deeply what other people think, especially me, and yet he still goes with the purse, which shows you just like the purse. What kind of affinity he has for that purse.
Yeah, he loves it.
He fucking loves that thing. Yeah.
It's all the Asian Macau, man.
Yeah, I'll have the purse over there.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
New shirt, Art? I like it. Looks nice.
Thank you for noticing.
I commented on it yesterday, or 2 days ago.
Uh-oh. Or two out of 3 days. John,
No, it might have
been
been.
spot on the screen. You can't do
I'm
that
broke as
shit.
fuck, man.
The guy can't afford another one, man.
That was the fucking rudest thing anyone
I-
said on the street.
I can't even believe you said that, honestly. I'm so shocked.
It was like 18 hours ago I commented on
If
it.
you wear that every day for 2 weeks, I would never call you out.
Every day, like, looks great again.
I just say things before I think.
I can
you know,
tell.
like
I can tell.
All good. Let me get this out of your way. Maybe that'll help a little.
300. No?
950.
950. Bring up 952. Go with a new piece too. 950. 950. Selling good.
I think that's it. Thank you. Had a very good hand.
likely story.
Yeah, I believe you. Like tens.
Still trying to get the YouTube chat pulled up. Not really good at the internet anymore. Used to be good at the internet when I was like 12.
Andy, yesterday we were playing a commerce. Andy had like a mound of white this big. I have like a few stacks. He's like, John, give me five more king white. Need more white.
There we go. Got it up.
You played with Hank.
YouTube chat, Twitch chat. We're here. We're live.
On the side.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Vegas Hank?
Yeah, yeah.
What's up, Nick from
Asian guy, right?
Yeah, he'll just have a whole
Yuma.
back, like $100 worth of small chips. That way he can just make change if the deal is being too slow. It's incredible to watch.
400.
So Maria is going to limp. It looks like we're going to see Garrett ISO raise.
Make it 2200.
John with just a call, and now Chris is going to squeeze. And John does call. It's interesting to see the double call here. John is going to be flatting many more strong hands to Garrett's open, not as much use to
I think I need to go in if I'm
3-bet a player as strong as Garrett. You want to keep some of the recreational players in the pot.
12,000. Yeah.
Chris is going to flop an ace, c-bet, and take it out.
I think I'm only going to play all in hands.
For me?
No, from all of you.
Not much. Just. Feel band of idiots here. You don't have to expect much.
Expect me to play really well.
Yeah. A lot of discipline.
I'll bet 300.
300. Call.
Going to see Garrett open again.
Bump it up to 1,600.
And Jeff wakes up with jacks here in the big blind. So the big blind is the middle blind here.
Call.
Soulless back there? Do we get soulless?
Just spewing off the
Yeah,
bat.
I'm already, man. Already playing really bad.
300.
There's no way that could be a good play. I gotta wait now.
Top set for Jeff.
Check.
Oh, no.
50.
Check.
Yeah, check.
Oh, what's up, baby boy?
Holy shit. That's Brewer too.
What's up, baby boy?
Fucked me up until all summer.
We had fun though.
We're supposed to get a beer.
I know.
Garrett, fuck
I
me
was
up.
busy.
The
I was
best
busy
player
losing
in Los
everyone else.
Angeles.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
750.
What's up, man?
That's just what they say, man. I'm just repeating what they say.
John's going to put out a little protection bet here, which I don't mind after the pre-flop raiser and Garrett checks.
Oh, you're fine.
John is a very good player. Watched him a bit on Friday games.
10 seconds.
What?
Garrett's holding.
How much is that?
Best player.
Can I get 2
Oh,
waters?
that's right. You mentioned that to me.
Yeah.
I got my whole family in town, so it's not even a good game. It's just the one game we can go to.
Yeah.
Without,
Yeah. Living in San Diego. But I know. I ended up just like losing so much in this level too. Yeah, I got crushed by
10 on the turn, so John's got to be thinking, what does Jeff have here when he check calls his flop?
Javon Lames or whatever.
Could have some ace-king possibly. He could also have some hands like aces or kings that he decides to
Yeah.
check here on the flop.
That is some false.
Would probably be more likely to bet queens than aces here.
I agree. I was thinking that too.
What is that?
Luck.
Now
The
a
sweatshirt's
one-liner to a
nice.
straight
I pointed out to Kayla, but that nothing is
On the
less
river.
true ever in this game.
I've been wearing this.
Really the only one who can have any
Oh, you and all.
index here would probably be John.
10 seconds.
Same over here.
Yeah. Same.
Oh, dude, hey, you're the new superstar, huh? Fucking shit up in the Friday game?
Yeah.
The new superstar.
I hope you win. 28.
I need
I'm
to.
just proud you don't have
I
a
need
beer in
to-
your hand already,
I
man.
need to double up.
Jeff's going to bet, and John makes the quick fold.
Making terrible flop bets already.
It's all a disaster.
John so sniffed that one out after the flop call.
John's mad he lost money, but he's more mad with the banter in the background. The whole time he's like, shut up! Shut up!
No, don't listen to him.
He walked in, they're all friendly. He's all scared. No, they might be like upset.
I mean, only John. The rest of us are fine.
It's always fine to walk
Body
in.
language said it, you know?
It's just like sometimes
I
like
walked in here like, fuck it. Garrett's gonna get mad if he's in a hand.
I'm gonna see this coming.
Andy's gonna get mad. I'm gonna knock his chip stack over. Oh.
no, nobody cares. Sometimes people walk in on like hour 16 where none of us have the energy.
Hey,
to
Garrett,
communicate.
can I-
Derek Eno says, can't really hear my mic.
Should I tweet it or text it to you?
I don't know, is anybody else having a problem? Is it
Yeah.
Jared, you have a lot of money. Can I have some? Just give me like one.
You have a lot of money. Can I have some?
Who said that?
Ramsey.
Nah, that's good. All right, we're good. Maria with Queens.
I have some money. I just want more.
Can I have some? It's super funny.
Yep. Uh-huh.
20%
Garrett does
of it,
call.
or-
Representing.
Didn't think I'd see you here, but then I realized that you guys start early. 1,500.
Thank you.
See ya.
I don't know what was going on. I didn't decide if you had looked at the flop or not.
And Maria's going to overbet this flop. She's just going to take a really large size, and you're just going to take this pot down here. Played with Maria a bunch in the
Certain she just
ante-game. Haven't seen her play this big, so it'll be interesting to see her play in
Sounds like a good
this
answer.
high stakes of the game.
You'd be good at this.
sounds like I put it in.
Maybe back 10 years ago. Not anymore, man.
Off to a great start as well.
You'd probably be good too. You're skinny and long.
Yeah, but kind of a
You
bitch.
can wrap this log up, alright.
I'm kind of a bitch on it.
Seems like most of the best guys end up being like rock climbers.
Right.
Yeah. Gymnasts and rock climbers as well.
Yep, that's not me.
Yeah, it's like I need a lot of
folding.
space for my neck.
Okay, I'm gonna bet $600.
No.
Raja in C3, player I am unfamiliar with, but he limps in with pocket threes. We're going to see Garrett raise it up from the middle blind with a mystery hand.
You're gonna be blown away when you see this. This one is Art's favorite.
Garrett will take it down. OEO says, Squish, you should take a shot in this game someday. Do plan on it, hopefully by next year.
Good hand.
Is it good? For my favorite hand.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Pocket ace.
Pocket ace.
Based on the blind.
The first time Doug Polk said that in a video, I go, this
Al Bundy says, I'm trying to enjoy live at the bike with a beer away from the family. Same here, Al Bundy. My stepchildren have been quite rambunctious all day today, so it's nice to be here with you guys, watching some poker.
his videos are absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, he's funny.
Great over he does.
I can do that rounders. 250.
I'm gonna raise this guy.
How much you?
It's an interesting. 13 is the answer I'm gonna go for.
1,500.
I'm gonna raise this fucking guy.
What?
Whoa.
We don't play in position. No,
1,300.
Yeah. We don't.
How much you?
We haven't figured that one
don't care-
out
we don't care
yet.
about
Well, a
this
couple. Well, a couple.
Position, no position.
All right, make it 3,200.
I'm not raising any of them.
You guys are out of control. Garrett, card folding.
John, how much money do you have?
Put on the
me
table.
check
Just
here,
how
bud.
much?
So we see a cold 4-bet.
I know he has less
From
money
John
than he
here.
has on the table.
Yeah.
How much money he has on the
It's
table.
like 24.
You down 6K already?
That's not good. I'm desperate, man. Why do you think I raised it?
If you don't mind.
Let's do it.
All right, let's go.
Rub this out here, right?
Garrett is calling.
Yelled at for something improper.
8-7 is actually a better hand here to call with than a hand like 8-9, because 8-9 can be coolered, of course, by ace-king. Would much rather have 8-7 suited than 8-9 suited.
Can you drop up and 5? Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
2,200.
Two of them. I knew that.
John's going to c-bet. He's probably just going to be c-betting his entire 4-betting range on this board. I'm assuming that John is going to be probably cold 4-betting, and cold 4-betting is when someone opens and then someone else 3-bets, and then you have yet to act and then you 4-bet.
You got him, yeah.
I'm assuming John's going to be cold 4-betting with a pretty linear
okay,
range.
sorry. Yeah. Thank you.
Probably
Art
on a
knows how I
king
play now.
blank blank board, he's just going to be c-betting 100% of that range.
I don't. Of course, I don't get a bottle of water.
I don't know. No, I ordered.
Mingus Destro says, is an 8-7 suited a good 5-bet bluff?
Can we get more water?
You forgot me, remember?
I do not
Oh, okay.
have a 5-bet range.
Jonathan!
Someone
against
throw me water from over there?
The D-man guy hasn't come by yet.
what I consider to be good players
He'll be here.
when I'm playing live.
His salary depends on him stopping by. He'll be here. I've come to really love it. Welcome up, G-Man!
Keep going. Can't stop playing well until you heal that.
What you said, yeah.
17.
Make it 1,700.
This is a really tough game. Nothing I'm really attempting to do is working well.
So we're seeing Garrett try to isolate some limps wide, and we're seeing some of the other players just wake up with hands here and 3-betting or 4-betting Garrett. And Garrett's already making some jokes about it.
Yeah.
What does your nose say? Is your name or what?
Is it?
That's me.
Redheaded Monkey says, why can 8-9 be coolered by Ace-King? Because when the flop comes 10 Jack-Queen,
Being turned jokes about that?
specifically,
You ordered from that lady,
you're just going to have to get the money in with 8-9. And a big part of your opponent's range in a 4-bet pot is going to be Ace-King.
Like the one piece
So
of lettuce
8-9 does just not play as well
the meal.
in 3 or 4-bet pots as these smaller suited connectors.
And would you guess my nickname is
Jonathan.
You never have guessed.
Try again. Try again too, huh?
Yeah. Can I get the same thing? as
Shout
you,
out
please?
to Natty Wit in the Twitch chat.
The thing is, yeah, I'll have a coffee.
400.
So you get Garrett isolating super wide again. Interesting that John just calls here on the button with 6-7 suited.
500.
It's going to be interesting to see how John composes his
It's fucked up.
3-bet range being directly on Garrett's left. You don't necessarily want to isolate Garrett and play a bunch of 3-bet pots. You want to let other players in,
Get
but
a water bottle here.
it'll be interesting to see what kind of hands he starts 3-betting Garrett here.
Fucked up, man. Ate my stupid fucking life.
You check?
What did I call for water?
Waiting already.
The AC doesn't work too well in this room either.
Huh?
It's only,
No,
it's only gonna get worse from here.
really?
I think they do it.
Well, now we see John get here,
They want to see people literally sweating.
get there on the river, and
They zoom in on
Raja does make top 2.
Look at the
Diamonds get there
special.
though, and it's a one-liner.
This mental image is like cracking me up.
Seems pretty thin on this river.
10 seconds.
47.
Raise it to 4,700.
I just remember last stream, someone was giving me a really hard time because I was drinking out of a water bottle, like this massage called Oceans. She was like telling me, she's like, that's terrible. She's like, just get a water bottle. Still didn't do it.
4,700.
Anything you do.
Raja's in the tank here. John's was probably just hoping he had the straight here.
Yeah, she showed me, she's like, a hydro flask costs $29.
waterfalls? Being serious.
Dying.
I'm really thirsty.
I got it. I got it.
You can have this.
Yeah. There you go.
Thanks, man.
No problem.
I didn't understand.
You know waterfalls like
Now I
back
do.
in grade school.
Now I get
You
it.
just laughed. You're like, oh, I'm just gonna pretend I get it.
Ace and Henry Diamond. Mother of God.
Mother of God.
Ace and Henry Diamond. Oh, fuck. Why could you just call him?
So Rasha still in the tanking.
Just in his head right now. He's like, shut up, Gale.
John fucking hates you, man. He fucking hates you so much sometimes.
Doesn't he, right?
10 seconds.
Alright, fuck, I call.
You call?
And he does call wow. And John gets paid with the flush. Andrew Mills says, Mark, I'm digging your commentary, blah, 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 blah. Can I hear you talk on stream when you decided to give Israeli Ron his money back with the ace-queen hand?
No.
Essentially, what happened there in a nutshell was Ron and I were chopping. He said he had a queen. I said his hand was no good. He said, you promised my hand's no good. I said, yeah, because we were actually chopping. And Ron
That's how you play?
ended up folding his hand. He was upset, so I just chopped the pot with him. He's a good guy, and didn't want it to seem like I was trying to pull some kind of angle on him, because just don't care that much about a small pot. Would rather just not upset people who I'm friendly with.
Any chips for C3? 250.
John's going to open it up from the cutoff.
Just tell me how much it is. 10,000? Andy made it 1,300.
Andy 3-bets, and we're just going to see a quick fold.
Are you putting 6.10? Yeah. He adds 10.
Been looking forward to do commentary on a Friday for quite a while. Really love watching Garrett play. I think there's some really good players in this game. Garrett's one of my favorite to watch. I love watching Art. John as well. I think John's a very, very good player. Should be a really fun game. And we do see John go for the 3-bet here with the 8-9 suited from a little bit earlier position.
Yeah.
+1 versus hijack. So we did see him flat
Is the button there?
with the 6-7 suited and the 5-6 suited from the cutoff and button to Garrett's open. I think that's just going to be a fun thing to watch tonight, how John decides to 3-bet
New shirt?
Garrett's opens and Garrett's ISO raises when he knows Garrett's going to be
Nice, right?
pretty wide, but he also doesn't necessarily want to just play 3-bet pots against Garrett because he's not going to be. It's not going to be his. I mean, he may be profitable there against Garrett's wide range, but it's not going to be the most profitable thing for him to do.
Oh shit. Sorry. My nails are way too long. You ready?
I'm in there then.
Check it later. It's not going anywhere.
Four players.
Shout out to
600.
No Jumper, Adam22 in the chat. Got a chance to play with him on Live at the Bike last night. So we see
You have 5 big ones in the back.
Garrett with the nut flush draw against Raja, who flopped the open ender.
There you go.
I got mine. Yeah. You can just leave them there probably though.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
1,000.
Here you go. Yeah, of course. You're surprised?
Yeah.
I'll take one.
Garrett going pretty thin here, and of course he is correct, like he usually is, betting the ace for value. Let's see what he does on this river.
Somebody, carry your cocktail.
Bet 1,500.
Goes about 1/3 pot, targeting a jack here. And Garrett's going to take it. Roger's going to fold.
Feels like I lost a lot.
Looks about the same. Yeah, why don't you just give us some, man? Help out.
You have a lot of money, and I have some.
Who else?
250.
That guy who walked in.
Yeah.
Sarcastic. He's being sarcastic, I think. You don't know who that is.
John is going to open it up from under the gun.
1 and 9 cards, please. Check. Cards. John.
Oh.
Unknown Prodigy says, is there any point in posing at the end when you are going to fold? I think he meant fold. No, not really. I pretty much try to act quickly in spots where I don't have a real decision. Sometimes take a little bit of time when I'm put in a tough spot, but if I know what I'm going to do, no, I don't sit there and tank for no reason. Ever.
Check.
No Jumper says squish ate an egg white and rice omelet. That is true. I actually I just hopped out of the 10-20 game and I had another egg white and rice omelet before I hopped in here. So we see John's mystery hand was ace-king suited. And he's going to take down a nice little pot.
I don't know what hour 10 is going to look like.
He'll get the second win.
300.
I see Jeff raise up the button here. The ace-6 off. Probably at the bottom of his button opening range. We see Maria just call from the small blind with 10s. A more conservative call. You may see that because this game is possibly a little bit bigger than the games she has been playing.
Is that check or a binding commitment not to bluff her own hand?
So we saw check on the flop. The turn pairs the ace. We see Maria make a small protection bet here and Jeff call. Maria checks the river and we are going to see Jeff make a large bet here, I would imagine. Does go 900 and he gets the call from Maria, so nicely played by Jeff. Does get 2 nice streets of value with the ace-6 off. Pretty good hand.
I just pick poker pair. Oh, that's lovely flop. The second ace was kind of nice. Norway.
Moverk67 says, Mark, how long have you been playing and how did you study poker? I've been playing seriously for about 3 years now. Studied by actually watching Live at the Bike. Bart Hansen through Crush Live Poker. I think that was a great resource for me and just playing a ton of poker.
Yeah, around there. Going on now again.
You ace of 3. I called. Oh boy.
Fuck.
Make it 14 hundo.
I really wanted to play this hand.
Do it.
Not you, man. I care about money.
So Maria getting a little frisky here with the ace-10 off. May see a little bit of frustration after losing that hand with pocket 10s last hand. So we saw her flat pocket 10s to a button open, and now we're seeing her 3-bet the ace-10.
I'm well aware that I'm a momentum player.
You are. Yeah.
10 seconds. Mike, can you go in the back and switch out a card? They need to switch out a card. Good call.
Nice knowing you. Goodbye. Goodbye to my chips.
Raja calls. We don't know what Chris has yet, but he calls as well. When we see the double call, we're probably going to see a lot of hands that are mid pairs. Maybe some suited connectors. Although I imagine those would get 3-bet off at a pretty high frequency. So Maria does have middle pair, and she does check it back.
All in.
In the 10 on the turn, and Maria just moves in
How much?
instantly.
You should take it all. It's not much. It's
So funny.
That's
funny.
Wow.
65.
No, he's coming from people I don't know yet, so I don't really want to.
I love this game so much, man.
Raja bets 1,500, and Maria just moves in for 87.50.
Yes, every hand is like, motherfucker.
25.
Fucking mother of God.
I can't bet. People raise.
I have no idea what the fuck that is.
Me neither.
Yep.
I forgot about it. I'm like a goldfish. Swimming from one side to another, I forget.
Mm-hmm.
10 seconds.
Speech play.
And Maria doesn't really have much to be afraid of here. King Jack, possibly Jack 9, 10x. No, I mean, she can't even have 10x of spades. So pretty much only straight draws are the only hands Maria's worried about. And Maria just kind of putting in the money here and saying, I would like to take it down. Again, I think this may possibly be because Maria may not have been playing in these high of stakes and maybe a bit nervous and doesn't want the bad beat.
So you're not what?
I'm not going to rebuy outside. You take it or take it all. Because it's a sick table. I didn't realize before.
Sick.
10 seconds.
I know two already, right?
Yeah. Alright, time.
Who the hell is calling?
Oh, Wu, can you go get a card real fast? Maybe a card. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, says Squish, how much would you raise here? If I did raise, I would probably, it depends on the situation. Against
the
the
one time
player
you
that I was
actually
playing
really
against,
liked
against
the
Raja, who
slow
I
play.
think may be a little bit tilted, who I've seen make a large call on the river, I may just click it back here to about 3,500, just to make it easy to get the money in on the river. Because I think you probably wouldn't fold a queen to that sizing.
I'd probably be sleeping as well.
Against someone like Art or Andy, for example, I would probably just call there.
I hope you're not taking offense that in my
Actually,
room.
I would take a glass of champagne.
No, but the commentary you give those hands is fucking
Saucy
so
says,
funny.
Squishy, how old are you? I am 42.
You're really similar to like the dumb shit I say when I.
I mean, like, I was supposed to
Yeah, over here.
talk on that hand, but I know what the fuck to do. So,
Yeah.
shit.
The phrase "mother of God" is particularly
I mean,
funny.
I know I was fucking on that hand. I mean, I'll see the
Thank you so
stream,
much.
but,
That's the beauty of the stream. At least you'll know.
It's more painful
I don't know.
when you know.
she's like,
Honestly.
take my money, I'm not rebuying, which means, like, you're fucked.
I used to think I was really good at this game before they started.
Just destroyed your ego.
Yeah, every time I fold, it's brilliant fold. Fuck yeah.
Bluffed on me, like, got him off a good hand again. You look on stream, they just had like king high, those deep in the tank.
That's the way I would show up the most. Yeah, I'd run a big plus against that tile.
You're like, oh wow. stretch.
I'm sure.
It's kind of exhausting. Waiting 2 minutes for a call.
Fuck yeah.
Art with ace queen from the middle blind, and we see him raise it up and Raja fold. I think Art probably has a mixed strategy from the middle blind there. I'm imagining if he had a player who he thought was playing more optimally on his left, such as John,
I wish you would call though.
he may just limp most of his range
Yeah, about
from
a
the
minute,
big
so.
blind and have some limp calls, limp raises, and limp folds. I think that's one of the spots when you are deep, you are probably
That you win?
No, I was not winning.
limping most of your range from the middle blind because just you're getting such a price, you're going to want to play so many hands there. Learned that from studying tournament poker. Although I don't really play tournaments. Jeff's going to open it up from early position with the king jack off.
Very ignorant.
This is all of it. How much is supposed to be in total? Yeah.
I took a quarter already.
Yeah. Okay. You're gonna take that too.
Okay.
So
Now
what
it's
are you
good,
guys
right?
doing like every
No.
day?
No,
Oh.
I already took one.
Now I get it. Thank you.
Yeah, right?
So we
Sure. Appreciate that.
go
I don't
around.
know if I looked at my hand. I have no idea.
You just folded like kings.
Pretty sure I folded. Whatever.
Raja's in there and Andy, the super light peel from the straddle.
I think that sometimes. A lot of times
Yeah.
you do look.
Check.
And you just check out.
Such dust.
Yeah, not top five.
Checks through. I like the
Yeah.
check back from
That's
Jeff.
all I've been waiting for.
Just eating.
Nah, I need to eat something too, man.
I look at my hand, I'm like, what would alt do? Alright.
Andy's going to make a bet for protection here with second pair. Jeff is going to call.
Any upgrades to the house?
Ace on the river. This may go check check unless Andy opts to turn his hand into a bluff.
The original one. I know you got the curtains, but
No, nothing. Check. Been traveling a little
He
bit,
does check.
so I haven't been in the house too long. Something, I think we'll get a fish tank, like a nice fish tank.
And check check.
Fish tank. You a fan?
I think if I had a pet, fish tank would be.
Sarver says commentators only read YouTube chat. Shout out to Sarver4597 on Twitch.
It's really classic.
Yeah.
Just check it down. Think of your friends.
Well, I mean,
Poker friends.
he bet a little.
No friends in poker.
Mm.
Can you
Mm-hmm.
mentally learn you that?
Mm-hmm.
What? Yeah, I know. Ah, what do we have here?
Be careful. Be careful.
Careful for.
I'm coming for you.
Oh, yeah,
Remember?
that's okay.
Okay.
All right.
I'll scale.
Fucking
I'm not falling for that trap. I know what that means.
That's a vibe, I guess. Whatever happens. I won't start.
Oh, I know that, Lord.
Rupert Pupkin says, can you guys talk about the high stakes poker economy? What about it? I'm not quite involved in the high stakes. I'm more of a mid stakes to
What?
lower high stakes guy at the moment. But I can try to answer your questions if you got them.
You check? Cocktails?
That's your outlook, John. You could learn a little something from it.
Yeah, Jack.
That whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
That's 200.
No, no, no.
Give that one a shot, buddy.
Yeah.
Maria's going to bet here. No one else. No one else.
No, he's- no, no, he's
Here.
like-
No one else really with anything. So Maria's going to take it down with top pair.
I kind of need to figure it out.
Yeah, we don't know what we're doing. That's the issue.
I played the exact same as all of them.
Okay.
Once you figure me out,
Is it?
got them all figured out.
Really?
No.
No.
God,
I
no.
don't think so. You guys are pros, aren't you?
Super pro.
especially,
Calling me a pro is pretty offensive.
especially this guy over here.
goes to Banqual, says, how much is Chobani paying you? Chobani is paying you when you enjoy the taste of Chobani Greek yogurt,
That's so
0%
much.
fat,
That's
now available at
Money
your local
Crashers
grocery
is
store.
just so good. Such a competitor. I just realized where that's from.
Everyone says that about Aaron.
Goodfellow Vapor says, Mark, do you consider yourself a passive or aggressive player? Very aggressive, but also tight.
Take a second. Soak that one in.
Yeah.
You'll get it eventually.
I know. Yeah.
Such a competitor. Everyone
So
always
Art
forgets
opened this one
that
up. He
was,
does flop
the
the
first,
nut flush draw, a good board for his range.
Yeah.
So
He was
He
great.
has a
at
lot
that.
of
He was
great ones
amazing
in
in that
that.
movie. Yeah.
He's so fucking good in that movie, yeah.
Who's the worst loser?
Oh, that's me. Me or
I'm the worst winner.
Oh, this guy, dude,
Aaron's the
just,
worst winner. Nobody wants to be
just
here.
unbearable.
If I beat you in a hand, you're gonna know about it.
Yeah.
Rest of the day, yeah.
That's
Guy just actually will send you text messages the next day, tell you about how bad he beat you.
We see Raja Peel here with bottom pair.
He'll just say, "What'd you have?"
Yeah.
Immediately after
And
sacking. you.
I would imagine Art is going to put the hammer
By
down
the
on
way,
this
what'd
turn.
you have?
No, gets John in the hand. I'm sure you had something real good, John, huh? Played that one great, didn't you?
He's not even done stacking the chips.
650.
And he goes half pot here.
Almost got ugly there, dude. You could feel the salsa not to come down the nose.
What are you talking about?
No,
Me?
no, they didn't.
Oh, you. Okay.
Jerry.
10 seconds. Freeze. 1650.
And Raja's going to raise. He's going to turn his bottom pair into a bluff. And Raja is saying, I have Jack 10. I have King 9.
10 seconds.
And if Art does make this flush, it'll be interesting to see what he does on this river. Oh, and he gets there.
Cheers.
I need this if I'm gonna survive.
10 seconds.
I say cheers.
All
Cheers.
in. All in.
Norwegian.
And we do see Art lead. I like it. We can see the cards in this spot. We can see the cards, and we can see Raja doesn't have anything.
You gonna go all in?
Well, that's the only way to play this.
But I like Art's play there. When Raja raises that turn, he just has so much Jack 10, and Art just figures Raja is not folding a straight here, and just moves in with the flush. Stevie Sparks says, Mark, how many hours a week are you currently playing live? I would say about 20 hours a week right now.
Oh, yeah. Trying to get away with one.
Maybe a little bit more. There have been times where I've, maybe a couple years ago, maybe a year ago, where I was playing about 40 hours a week, but right now, about 20 hours a week I play live. Bixer says, a lot of people don't realize it, but both poker and yogurt have a lot of culture. That is true. Shout out to Bixers.
Heads up. Check.
Good flop for Andy's range here when he does open over the limp. And he also has the Queen of Hearts. So not only can Andy bet here and rep all of the strong aces, the ace-king combos, pocket nines, aces, kings, etc. When the heart does come in, Andy can continue barreling.
I sell them for 500 rupees.
And that's just one of those boards, and specifically having Andy's hand right there where I'm just going to continue firing. When your opponent cannot have nearly as many of the strong hands as you can on that board.
No, yeah, no, we have a EV, so my husband is app developer, so
Yeah.
we don't have a green card or anything yet.
But he taught you. He taught you how to.
Stephen Hall says, Mark, what is your day job? I am a school bus driver.
She taught him.
I was before that.
How do you think we met?
300.
I always have good hands, that's a problem.
Bixers has a good question
Yeah, I don't have
in
that
the
problem.
Twitch chat. He says, can you tell us some of the differences you observe between LA poker and Las Vegas
it's
poker?
real tough. Just constantly getting hit by the deck.
In general, at the stakes I mostly play, which are mid-stakes, 510, 1020, the games in Los Angeles are better than the games in Vegas. There's going to be more recreational players in Los Angeles. The games in Vegas are tighter.
All you do is hang in there.
I think you can win more money at the games in Los Angeles than the games in Las Vegas.
Your life is so fucking dark, bro. Hearing you talk brings me down. Every day.
Just gotta make it to 10 p.m. every night.
I would go to
Gotta make
try
it
my
to
life
10 p.m.
and more the opposite of that. Like,
600.
Oh, you're in?
just hanging
Oh, I didn't see you in
No, that's my call.
Oh, okay. Okay, I want to see you one time.
Nice hand, nice hand.
What is that?
It's a bluff.
No, it's a straight.
Oh.
It's a straight, man. I turned it straight.
Shows how well I play. Oh my gosh, you got me.
Queen 8-9.
That's nothing.
I'm kidding.
Oh, you're bluffing. Oh,
Nice
shit.
hand.
Alright. Well, now I know. Now I know you're a fucking big bluffer. Here we go.
Big.
Yeah. One time, everybody show one time.
Okay.
Alright.
Alright. You got a
Good
deal.
luck.
I already showed mine. It was
I
the king
know.
queen.
I had alright. I had 2 cards.
What did I have? What am I doing out here?
You probably had a small fucking pair, I would guess, since you didn't call.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, nailed it.
Nailed it. I'm in trouble. I got time to leave.
Nailed
Man.
it.
I would guess.
Option. Heads up.
Or a weekend option.
So like I was talking about earlier with
Something like that.
Yeah, I can also have.
the big blind strategy, the middle blind strategy when
Something I
limped,
didn't play
when
well.
folded to you. We do see Garrett limp with the Queen 10 against John, who is a very, very strong player. So it's an interesting spot that you see in 3-blind games sometimes when it folds to you as the middle blind. You will see a lot of these guys that are considered some of the best players in Los Angeles. You will see them limp pretty much almost all of their hands that they're going to play from the middle blind.
Now I'm fine, but
Basically, not
And then they'll have some limp calls, some limp folds, and some limp raises. And that is specifically just from the middle blind, not from any other position.
So everybody show one time.
show the bluff one time.
Yeah. Only bluff.
I'm in.
Huh? Isn't that funny?
Man, I'm gonna have to start bluffing now. Here we go.
Jesus.
Yeah, you know.
Oh
you
man.
never You never bluff?
Nah, I've
Solid?
bluffed once or twice.
I've seen you play a couple of times on stream. Yeah. I thought you were much more aggressive than this.
That's so beast.
No, maybe I just saw it 2 times where you were.
Pinoy Brand says, Squish can commentate any day. He's not bad. I owe you one kiss on the mouth. We've got a real hand here.
Make it 1,500.
John with the 3-bet to Garrett's button open. And we'll see if Garrett goes for the 4-bet here.
We raised 4,500.
He does. And this is the benefit to having a reputation Garrett does when you wake up with a real hand button for small blind.
I've heard that said to you so many times.
I think about that a lot, actually. Yeah. I often think about it that way.
Oh, let's go.
It's weird. I'm glad somebody brought it up.
John does continue as a call. He just does not believe Garrett has it.
Kim Lim still calls you lashes.
Button versus small blind. This is an interesting flop because John does have the ace of spades.
All right, check, check.
And Garrett getting tricky checks it back here.
Check. Check. 3,000.
That's strong what his bag is, you know?
10 seconds.
Just, yeah, when you double up for receipt 1, just ask him for his bag.
Yeah.
And John just going to fold.
You're not going to like it.
You know,
Interesting check from Garrett there on that flop.
Way, way below.
Wonder if Garrett is just checking range there on that flop or making
Oh my god, not even in the same universe.
some type of deviation and figuring he may only be able to get
Yeah.
2 streets from John.
Just it's the
It's
knockoff.
Calvin Klein. Calvin Klein.
No wonder you're just trying to get by.
Mazi Haydari says, are you usually folding ace queen off to an unknown?
But it's at least Swiss gear, you know?
It depends. If I get 4-bet and I have ace queen,
Yeah, I mean,
if I get 4-bet from an unknown, I'm usually folding ace queen almost always.
That
Garrett is
guy.
different because Garrett can have quite a few light 4-bets, especially button versus small blind.
Oh, no.
And John in that spot may have just figured Garrett was full of it, and ace queen is quite good enough to continue versus Garrett's button versus small blind 4-bet range.
Probably are too, huh?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm from Norway.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right? I'm from Arizona.
Shout out to Kevin Cram in the YouTube chat.
You can ski here too, right? Colorado.
Flagstaff.
They actually do have a couple okay ones in northern Arizona.
Yeah, Flagstaff's awesome.
Yeah.
Just as an AO, I don't know about this ski.
Sunrise is not bad.
Yeah, you want about.
So we do see Raja lead here again. We saw that before when he flopped top pair. So just an observation, we have seen him lead out as the pre-flop caller twice now when he does flop a top pair type hand. One of those things you want to be noticing in your games when you are playing, pay attention to showdowns. And if you see a player is leading out with top pair, you can make a couple adjustments. Number one, when they check, you can c-bet much more liberally because they have less top pair.
I've actually never heard it
And then number 2, when they do bet out, if you know they are betting with top pair, but sometimes they are checking their stronger hands like 2 pair or sets, you can put a lot of pressure on them, starting on the flop, raising the flop, and on favorable runouts on the turn and river, just firing through, and just putting a ton of pressure on those top pair type hands when you know they just don't have a lot of sets or 2 pair.
Always talking too much.
Yeah.
It's so annoying for the chat. I heard it last time. The chat was not good.
Yeah, they're pretty important.
Yeah. I just shut up.
So Raja's got top pair here. We know he's not going anywhere from what we've seen so far. Very favorable board for Garrett's opening range here. He does c-bet. And now Garrett picks up the gut shot to go along with his flush draw.
Check.
And he does check it back. And of course, Garrett gets there on the river.
1,000.
Let's see the sizing. Garrett takes here as a raise.
Raise it up to 10,000.
And Garrett's just going to put him in.
Most likely not.
10 seconds. Yeah. All right, time.
And Garrett just correctly figured on the turn here Raja would have a ton of ace-x and wasn't folding to a turn barrel. So he saved his money until he got there, and then now he's putting in his money good.
Can I get 2 souls?
So Raja, using his last time chip already, has already been put in quite a few tough spots. Got 10 seconds for Raja.
All right, your hand's gonna be dead after this.
Yeah, I know.
And he does find the fold. Good fold from Raja there.
That ain't right, man.
The chess kid
That
said,
ain't
do you
cool,
ever get more
Garrett.
time chips later in the evening? I think
Thank you, Bob.
those time chips are given out once every 5 hours, so if the game continues past the stream, you're going to get more time chips, I think 1 per hour. But Raja is out of the time chips.
Pot after pot, huh, kid? It's not always gonna be this easy.
It's not always going to be this easy.
The first 7 hands I play, I was either re-raised or re-raised.
It's not always going to be.
Guys were trying to send a message earlier.
Yeah. It's not your table anymore.
This is my house.
Yep.
The thing is, that's the way I do poker. You gotta break their spirit early.
Can't let them get that momentum.
You gotta get the momentum going, or it's all downhill.
Right, yeah.
No free flops.
Gonna see Andy and Chris both limp from the blinds. Jeff's going to raise it up and take it down.
He's an
Killer
orca.
whale, maybe.
Yeah. You're like, we have a big show. It's like,
They call me Brain, says no JJ tonight. No, took JJ's spot tonight. Was playing with JJ earlier today. Apparently he is
No, I said killer
going to get custard
And then you
and then you're like, nah.
with his brother. I think custard is like a form of thick ice cream.
killer whale, you know,
So no JJ tonight, just me.
black.
Andy opening up the A6 from the button. And
My $200.
Maria's just going to fold it.
Wait, what?
What are you doing for the next
Have you seen Free Wheeling?
20 Fridays?
Me?
Yeah,
I don't know.
pretty funny. Probably come hang out with us here. Have I seen Ledge this month?
Huh? Free Wheeling.
Yeah, it's probably the greatest movie ever. Still cry every time.
I didn't call it.
Every time Willie jumps and the kid's holding his hand up,
Yeah.
break down.
No. You're sensitive.
Very, very sensitive.
Seeing when he loses a big pot. Just,
Really? You
Yeah.
cry?
Prefer men that cry a lot during G-rated movies.
that's actually why I got the name G-Man.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, fuck.
250.
My husband is kind of sensitive, but
250.
he's not a crier.
It's not that.
She's like,
Crying is really pathetic.
Yo, it's fine.
yeah.
As long as you try more for joy and for pain, it's fine.
I like to watch Art play poker.
I am a bit of a happy crier, actually. I would
That's
say
good.
when I cry, it's usually over happy.
If you cry, I will cry. That's like.
Yeah.
It's not always going to be easy.
I cry
Watching
when I
Art play
feel-
poker is like
I mean, the first 33 years have been quite the fucking cakewalk, man. I gotta tell you.
Hey, food service? Service?
Yeah.
I wish I was born.
it's good.
A white Jewish male in America.
250.
Are you Jewish?
I don't practice.
I also enjoy how Art is always upset, whether he's winning or losing. He's just kind of annoyed, and I think that's fun too.
Jew church, whatever you want.
Yeah.
Jude.
Maybe he's not upset. He just kind of maybe he just has a
Intelligent people in
default
Hey,
expression that
low
looks
in the
upset.
average over
But I do
here.
love watching Art play.
Collection fun. Fun.
Here.
Yeah.
You didn't
bad,
know
man.
that?
I did know that, yeah, but I don't think I'm allowed to say it out loud, you know.
Sure.
Oh, shit.
Oh God.
No.
I hate this dealer. No, I really hate this dealer, actually. Collection fun.
It goes around,
Oh, weird.
taking turns. Watch my jumping, man.
But lucky dealer. It's a call.
So now nobody's
Bixers has another good question in the Twitch chat. He says, Squish, how would you compare and contrast Garrett's playing style compared with Art's?
600.
I would say in general,
continue.
and this is a very general observation, not all the time, of course, I would say Garrett is going to be taking a more exploitative approach, and Art is going to be playing closer to a baseline optimal approach. And this is not to say Art does not make large exploits, and this is not to say Garrett does not understand baseline optimal play, because I think both of those things would be false if I said those. I think these are two of the best high-stakes cash game players in the world here. But I would say as a baseline, that's how I would describe the differences in their styles.
I don't know what I got myself into here. Count that. Probably could have done something else.
I'll pull in 600.
Good. Could be. Could very well be.
22 hundo.
The total bet is 22.
No, he pulled in the 6 already.
I pulled in
Sure.
the 6. The 22 should.
Sure. Sure, interesting.
And Garrett calls with ace high.
You only need.
Your head.
Once or
Sorry if I
twice?
get lucky. Go ahead.
Once?
Yeah.
One time. One time only. Let's go.
You only have an ace. Of
Yeah.
spades.
And Raja spikes the 9.
You're not gonna like this.
Raja spikes the 9.
Ace
I'm
9.
not the kind of guy who's
No, I
ever
just-
not gonna like it.
Why?
It doesn't
I
matter
didn't
to
think you
me.
were gonna.
Oh, I thought you misread your hand maybe or something.
No, I didn't misread it. I was just over losing.
Good call by Garrett, though. He does make the right call.
Over losing.
Yeah.
I'm a good guy.
No. I was gonna say some people get pissed off. They're like, fucking asshole.
Todd Spangler says, is this squish commentating? That is me.
This guy called with that
Try
first
it.
draw. I
Yeah,
did, but that's fine.
I did
that's
call you
fine.
with the flush draw.
I think it's pissed.
I'm a
Fuck
chaser.
that guy.
I'm a chaser.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say.
You should try internet chess. That's
Oh.
the people who bitch and yeah.
No, that's a good sport. I was clearly not in the right hand.
I mean, I do what you did a lot, and I always feel just fine about it after.
I felt bad.
You
so-
sometimes just give the deal a high five even.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. You're gonna be big blind.
What do you mean if you board with?
I mean, I
You-
shut my stack with it.
Yeah, if you check, you're dead.
It's pretty big.
You had fun,
I
you
think
won.
you played it
You
well.
had fun, you won.
The Alan Foster says,
that
Squish, how do you
guy
like
wants to
living in
be
Cali compared to
Fuck, I
St.
had a great
Louis?
time though.
I had a good time.
I can't even, I never come up with any of this shit myself. I just,
That one's funny though.
true story, my elementary school
Four-hundo.
PE teacher used to say that shit, man.
You had fun,
I've
you
been
won.
riding that one for
You hear that, John?
You had fun, you won.
yeah, fuck you won. It's fucking great.
John's like, no, if you won, you had fun.
Yeah, that's right. John would be, if you had one, yeah. Oh, you guys are going to want to
I don't
see
get to
that
do this
one.
ever. That's always the worst.
Garrett has aces, and
Everyone,
just folds.
everyone won.
Yeah. You will quickly realize when I lose hands, it's very good for the group.
So Alan Foster said, how do you like living in
I'm happy with it. Everyone else.
LA compared to St. Louis? I'm from St. Louis, was born there, grew up there. Man, I like LA a lot. Took me about a year and a half, 2 years to
Try that, by the way.
for it to grow on me.
You weren't too happy about losing there.
What an incredible story, Martin.
Much love to Poker Chick
Last Friday, huh?
in the YouTube chat.
Oh God, what a disaster that was.
That was a good one.
I missed it.
Shout out to JJ
I missed it. Was it
in
was
the
it a good
YouTube
one?
chat. JJ
Was it a very Garrett play? A Garrett-esque hand?
going to get custard with his brother tonight. Hope you enjoy it, JJ.
You play horrible?
No. He had aces and that was crazy.
Did you see the turn though?
Yeah, I see everything.
I picked up the fucking combo chop.
1600.
Squireship says, Squish, who are the big winners, losers so far? Raja is down a couple thousand. Maria is up a couple thousand.
Wait, you had a 610?
And John in seat
Ah, the
1
Andy
is
610.
down about 2,600.
I figured, he probably was in that pocket rocket.
Yeah, right.
Let's see what happens.
Oh man.
Shit, I won like one hand against you.
One day you
Just
guys are
entire
gonna be
table.
privileged enough to do shit like that. Don't worry. No, I don't think so, actually.
Does everyone here play like or they have like action? Like people have stakes in it.
That's not something that's like discussed at the table. Yeah. We
I don't have the power to put the stats on the screen since we're on a 5-hour delay. What you're seeing is what happened 5 hours previous. So I can't put the stats on the screen, but if you have questions, ask me. I have them in front of me on another monitor, and I can answer those questions.
No.
Jeff gets the blood through.
4. 1, 2, 3. Andy sometimes.
4.2.
Yeah.
Oh, Christmas tree. That's cute.
Yay. I need one actually.
Put it in there.
Big winner on the day gets the Christmas
Saw the
tree.
hand, by the way.
Or big loser on the day, maybe. We'll give him some joy.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was. Put it in there.
250.
That's what she said.
Shout out to Salwo Beach for the donation. Says you drive the short bus or regular length. It just depends on the day. I don't discriminate based on the bus. I will drive all types of school buses. So we've got a real hand here between Andy and Art again. Late cutoff versus small blind.
Can I get the grilled salmon?
And we are going to see Art put in the 4-bet.
Spicy vegetables on the side is good.
Jeff, you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, that's fine. And then I'll get some rice too. So rice and vegetables.
I have the most incredible seat ever.
I love you all.
Because I get to be involved in these ridiculous conversations. And just
Yeah, I get two. I get two.
watch.
Thank you.
Sir?
26.
Could you give me another table? Who's that?
I'm going to see Art take a large sizing here. And that's something that Art picks up on that separates the top players in the world from just good players.
Just be like, Sammy's here.
When Art takes a large sizing on that board, he's doing that with his entire 4-betting range here, just because he has both the range advantage and the nut advantage. And what I mean by that
Do they like French people? Do you know?
is Art
I mean, no one really likes them. Right?
has aces, kings, queens, etc.
I like the fashion. It's funny.
And no one's just going to have any sets or 2-pair on that board. So we see Jeff, the big winner so far. Art now up about 6K. John up 3,400. Raja down about 13K.
As long as it's expensive.
Givenchy.
Shout out to Chris
Deciding point.
Brophy for the donation.
Now she's starting to fit in with poker players nicely.
Yep. She's a natural.
I have my like pint
TGB 131 says, what's half pot? How's it large? In a 4-bet pot, a half pot C-bet is large. You're going to see most players default to a 25 to 30% sizing there. And Art taking the half pot there, just knowing he has a huge, huge range advantage and crushes Andy's range there. That is where you see very, very good players excel, because they just understand those nuances better than anybody else.
and you don't want to. That's
I
what
don't.
you said. So you check your ace, and then I've seen you guys play most of you.
I hope
She
that's
has a back.
exactly what he had. So he had an ace.
Just-
he checked his ace.
No,
to trap
but-
him
I was just
Yeah,
like,
but you
yeah,
are
just
like
had a
trappers.
monster. Just,
You guys are trappers, so you trap once, and then you just like really
it's my organ background, a lot of trapping.
do your hi-ya at the end.
Your outfit today is, I mean, very like,
Yeah.
like you're back.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
God's shape again.
Hi, my name's Chris, and I'm here to run. Yeah, that's exactly what that outfit
You're good, eating healthy.
Yeah. You might go mid-session.
Yeah,
Art.
you know,
Are you
lose
on
one too
Sam?
many pots. I'm just like, I'll be back.
Fold
Alright,
that
you got a hand.
immediately.
I'm in.
Dude,
This is all I see is money. Dollar signs.
I want to make some money.
Yeah,
Whatever you
we
say.
all do.
Shout out to 7Bet Jesus in the YouTube chat. Cash 674 says, I remember when Squish won like a 15K pot and was still trying to fight. Good stuff, Mark.
Shit, I didn't chalk my
I get mad when I win.
doing your business.
Garrett flops top pair. Andy has the mystery hand. Andy opened this hand and Garrett defended. It's going to be a good board for Andy's opening range here. And we may see Garrett just hang on here because he just can't have many strong hands on this board. So when he has top pair, one of the better hands he can have here from the straddle. And now we see 1900 on the river. And Garrett's just not going to have many strong hands here. He does fold. We don't know what Andy has, but Garrett is going to have some straights, I guess, with the Jack 10 off combos. He has all of those. He can't have stronger aces, such as Ace 10 and Ace Jack off.
You got those yet, John?
But he's just not going to have
Call what?
New Louis.
really any two-pair sets on that board, except maybe some King-Queen off. And Garrett, once again, waking up with a real hand here. Chris thought about it, but thinks better and just folds. And Maria sings as she folds the 6-7 suited. Gabriel Marcus says, can Garrett not have any strong hands here because he would 3-bet those? Correct. Garrett would be 3-betting queens, kings, ace, king. Probably most of his ace, queen.
Oh, okay. Not me. My nice girl. Nice girl.
Yeah, you're probably crazier than me, I think.
Yeah.
I think 50.
Mac Latier says, Squish, what do you think, hey?
I'm not. Well, actually, I might-
That's a good question.
Maybe I'm more stable.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. But you without your meds.
I wouldn't.
So we do see John limp in here from the big blind. Like I talked about earlier, we're going to see a lot of limping from the middle blind. And we do see Art raise. This may look a little strange on its face, but because the middle blind is going to be limp, completing so many hands, you're going to have a very polarized raising range from the straddle here when the middle blind limps. So from Art's perspective, you're going to be raising quite a few of those offsuit trash hands from the straddle. And it's going to be pretty much the only situation in poker where you're going to be raising some of these offsuit trash hands. And that is just because the middle blind is going to be limp calling with up to 80, maybe more, 80% plus of their range here.
High. No good. Oh no.
So a pretty interesting situation here that we don't get to see too often in live cash games, the middle blind versus the third blind.
No, bastard raised me.
And even though
Raise
we
me up.
don't see any bets there or even a,
Go.
we just see a small pot, we just see it get checked down. I think it is interesting to note that we see John limping his entire range from the middle blind, and we see Art having a polarized raising range, raising some of those trash offsuit hands.
Think yourself from that.
3.
Vixer says squishy. Why did Art check the whole way? Art felt his hand was good enough to get to showdown, to win at showdown against ace highs, but he thought it was not strong enough to get value from worse. So Art elected to just check it down. And Garrett with jacks again. Andy with ace king. And John with ace king. Wow. John with the cold 4-bet. And Andy cannot be feeling great when John wakes up with a cold 4-bet to an under-the-gun open. John's cold 4-bet range here is probably going to look something like jacks plus ace-queen suited, ace-king. Maybe slightly wider, maybe some ace-jack suited, but it's going to be pretty tight when you see an under-the-gun opener, a 3-bet, and a cold 4, and that is why you see Andy fold the ace-king there. He's just in a pretty horrific spot. And we do see Garrett continue.
$3,700, 300 bucks.
I do like the fold from Andy. We can see the cards, but John's just going to have so many nutted hands there. And wow, Garrett flaps top set. This is going to be a pretty poor board for John's cold 4-bet range. It just smacks Garrett. And John does have jacks here in his range, but he also has queens plus and ace-king. And he's just not going to have nines. He may have some tens. He may not have all of the tens here. And this is a board that just smacks Garrett. And John can't like it at all. Even with a hand like aces here, or kings, John is in a very uncomfortable spot. And John folds. Would have been really interesting there to see John have aces or kings on that board, because I do think John would have check called, played the flop the same way, and maybe just gone along for the ride with aces or kings there. Chevy21 says, are the odds much different between ace-king suited and ace-king off? I thought it was relatively minimal. It is relatively minimal, but the difference is ace-king suited does allow you to pick up much more barreling equity on many more boards. And just flopping something as simple as a 3-card straight or a 3-card flush, aka backdoors, does allow you to barrel across many turns and rivers when you pick up equity, whereas an offsuit hand does not allow that. Not only barrel, but continue when faced with aggression as well.
What do you think John has? Oh, okay. Another masterpiece.
Top set, man. Yeah, top set. Real brave of you to bet that 7K on the turn.
Couple Cowboys.
And you hear John correctly sussing out that Garrett had top set there.
Couple Cowboys. Hands are way more fun when you say the nickname.
I had an ace-4 bet if it helps you currently.
Danny M says, who's winning and losing at the table? John is stuck a bunch. Raja is stuck.
I got it for this one.
I don't have the exact chip counts, and I can't
I win this one.
control that because we are on a delay, but hopefully we will be able to get those up soon for you.
Yeah. You were getting it all there.
No, you didn't.
Nice bluff, man.
What are you sorry for? No, that's the thing. I think you,
We'll
we're
celebrate.
touching the
We'll
rack.
celebrate later, your bluff.
Yeah, we'll talk it over later.
That's funny.
Probably could have went a little smaller, but otherwise, well played.
Ooh, the coaching.
Coach John. I love it.
Coach John.
Oh. Sounds like the new track coach, actually.
All right, guys, I got to run to the bathroom. Be back in about 2 to 3 minutes. Hope nothing too exciting happens.
$250.
250.
Check.
$350.
350.
Take a piss. Wait, one more order.
Raise 1350. Yeah.
Two. Two thus far.
Do what?
2 times I raise and then you left re-raise.
I'll show him his boss.
Me? I don't think
I am back, you pleasant East Texas cuties. It is high stakes Friday poker at Live at the Bike, 50, 50, 100 with a $100 big blind ante.
I do.
I wasn't thinking anything like that.
I was actually. Yeah.
All I think about is poker strategy all day long. That's what I was.
Hey, come on. Come on, man. You're not fooling anybody, pal.
Raise.
Re-raise. Okay.
Used to this shit.
Yeah, I don't even know.
I started this gangster shit.
Andy with the cutoff open and Chris with the 3-bet on the button with the Queen 9 suited. Chris is probably going to have quite the robust 3-bet range here. Button versus cutoff, especially versus Andy, who is opening wide.
Okay,
Chris does flop middle pair. He does have the backdoor clubs. He elects to check it back
You have any kids?
and
Three,
picks up
wow.
the backdoor club draw here on the turn.
Yeah.
I imagine Andy's going to bet and Chris is going to call.
Huh?
Interesting gap in the ages.
Yeah, he's pretty the same guy actually. All three. Yeah. Remarried.
One day.
King on the river.
How old are you?
33.
Yeah,
Different for a girl, huh?
yeah.
See if Andy bets here. This could be pretty thin.
4,000.
Yeah, let's go 4,000 and we see the snap fold. Is Andy targeting a weak ace there, maybe like an ace 4, ace 5 suited that Chris can have.
But they're in America. It's different, I think. Wait a long time.
I thought you meant you were going to say our healthcare shit. I was gonna
Yeah,
be
that
like,
too.
yeah, you're right.
That too.
Yeah.
No, everything.
Go Bacon says squish you squeezing out a loaf.
That's definitely one of the first things.
No, that definitely would take me longer than 2 minutes. Maybe like 30, maybe 40.
A lot of very happy people who figured it out. How to run a country.
No, actually, we were kind of lucky
Hey,
with
hey,
the
hey.
oil.
Yeah.
We're not smarter than other people.
I mean, it is easier with a much smaller population, but still
Yeah.
impressive how well your country
Level speed.
does life. I'm going to bet 400.
Oh, he's a tough guy. 400. Alright, man. Hey, man. That's what I had, alright? Just so you know,
All right,
alright?
we get it.
Everything else I'm
All
raising.
right. I'm still convinced you might have an average size stick. Good work.
Actually, it's kind of funny to see guys that play poker often make stacks. Have you seen it like this?
Oh yeah, the penis stack.
Yeah.
El Midas says, hope you
I
wash
love
your
the
hands. The
music,
guy
dude.
across from you last night went to the bathroom and didn't wash his hands last night. Not sure who that was, but
There's never actually.
that's
been a
why
more
you don't
reliable
touch the
dog
poker
in
chips
poker than
and
if
touch your
someone
food while
takes
you're
a
playing.
dick and then bets.
Yeah.
Even if you're eating a mint or gum. Just don't touch it with your hands, the chips in your
They
casino.
always fucking have.
I gotta put that one down in the notes.
Oh, I've never seen it. Like
I'm just gonna-
thousands of samples.
I'm just gonna do it and never have it.
Yeah.
So simple.
Yeah, you're gonna get a lot of holds.
I've never actually done the dick bet before.
I've never done it.
But I want to do it actually.
I should do it.
Just can't hurt it.
Dick bet.
You know, the balls and then the dick in the middle.
If I ever remember to do it in a big pot against like John Cohen on stream, like, that'd be great.
You
I'm
ever-
gonna try to remember.
my experience in Tokyo.
125?
Oh, I thought you were in the house.
Have you seen this meme and it says Jack
just keep it.
racist?
What?
You know this meme I'm talking about?
Say it again.
Andy, do you know it? What is it called? It's a meme and it's an Asian kid and it's 2 words. The first word is D-A-S
That's
and the second word is W-A-S-I-S.
that's what's us.
And he's screaming, "That's racist!"
Oh,
Hey,
that's
man.
racist. I haven't seen it, but
Oh my god, it is
I
so
wanna see it.
fucking funny. I'm sure I shouldn't say that on stream, but it is fucking too good.
That's why is that?
Yeah.
isn't it a black kid with the watermelon?
Maybe they have that too, but the one I'm referring to is an Asian.
Hey, I didn't make the video, man.
Oh, Maria gets there on the river.
Asians get it kind of bad, I feel like, with like stereotypical comments because they're so good at everything. You know, so people feel like it's free or whatever.
And she will
Yeah. Like, well, he's got it all.
just call
His parents.
and take it down with the trip queens.
John, do you ever feel discriminated? I can't even get this out. This guy claims 0% anything
Yeah.
except SoCal.
SoCal is funny.
Strong San Diego claims.
Yeah, not even like American, just SoCal.
That works out.
Chinese, man. That's what I'm claiming.
I'm sure that's what you tell all the girls. Huh?
Yeah.
Can't wait to let them know.
I didn't get it. I didn't hear it. What did you talk about?
Well, I'm just saying a bunch of politically incorrect things that are going to get me in trouble with the man.
A lot of
What?
you.
Garrett has a lot of.
Garrett has all the
Yeah,
fans.
Gale. No, the all Gale.
250.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for the guy on Fridays.
Yeah.
He comes every Friday.
I got a lot of fans. Yeah.
You do?
I'm very important, let me tell you. Fuck no.
No. So nobody comes to like up to you and like, oh my god.
Jeff opens it up. We are going to see Art call from the
It's so weird.
big blind here. And Raja is going to come along from the straddle.
Huh? No, I had my TV show in Norway.
Cool.
I was a big blogger. I blogged for the biggest newspaper in Norway.
Jeff does check it back.
Lifestyle.
And we'll see if Art decides to start turning his ace high into a bluff here.
No, it's like 5 million.
Casual.
It's going to take a very small sizing one.
Gale
to
has a
pot.
few less fans
He
than that.
doesn't need viewers per week.
An efficient sizing here. And Art takes it down.
There's more people in LA than Norway.
Yeah, isn't it 28 million?
I think the whole
Yeah,
surrounding
This
area.
is now we are 5 million. 5.2.
Right, yeah. That's wild to think about, huh?
Yeah,
Even
I think in Venice.
Los Angeles County alone,
Yeah,
bigger
yeah.
population.
Would you say LA County is?
28.
I think it's 5 million.
No,
for
it's-
LA County.
Yeah. I don't. It's not 28. Yeah.
No, I
yeah.
think
No,
five.
You think 5? Yeah.
Total California.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
California,
San
28.
Bernardino and San Diego County alone are like,
Yeah.
San Bernardino is one of
Yeah.
the top 10 population counties in the whole country. San Diego's up there too. Three.
Where do you guys
San Diego,
live?
San Diego County's huge.
What?
San Diego County, like the area, is huge.
too, yeah. For sure.
You guys live?
South Bay.
It's called 3.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course you live in Bay.
Pasadena.
Pasadena. Usually I started playing when we moved there at Holder Park. You never go there, do you? Like I think.
Too far.
Yeah, for me it's like 15 minutes.
Check.
Lazy.
Check.
It's a lot of high tech to it.
Of course.
And then you pick, I don't know if you
Which one?
Holder Park, the new one.
Oh, they remodeled, huh? No idea.
Garrett with trip aces. Unfortunately for him, when you flop that well, it's just hard for anybody else to have anything, and he takes it down.
He's like, I know you're at the bike right now. He's like, watch your back, man.
This guy just comes in.
What did you do to him?
He like messaged me on Instagram with like this stupid comment, and I just trolled the shit out of him. And he was just like, he got like offended.
I know you're at the bike right now.
Oh, man, I hope someone walks in.
That's hilarious.
It's funny, dude.
Do you have any guesses on who it is?
No.
I'm pretty sure I know who it is.
There's a picture of him, and I was like, you look like a really sharp guy. like,
It's just you.
Pretty sure I know who it is, bro.
hey, come on, man. I got a wife and kid at home. Leave me alone.
I got a baby at home,
Yeah.
man.
Garrett's going to open up from the hijack, the offsuit Broadway.
Motherfucker.
And this was interesting for Garrett. Garrett's going to start a C-bet bluff here.
Like, you degenerate fucking degenerate motherfucker.
Chris with top 2. And he does put in the raise right away.
Crazy, man.
And Garrett's going to 3-bet.
Small one, but
Bet 3-bet this flop.
that's weird. Enough champagne for you, Mario.
Garrett playing street poker here. Garrett is saying, I have aces, I have 4s, I have ace 4. And the ace on the turn gives Chris a full house. We'll see if Garrett continues firing here. Garrett continues firing. He takes a small sizing here. And Chris just trying to decide how he's going to play the nuts here. He does call. And Garrett, Spidey senses, just gives up on that river. Good give up by Garrett. Garrett with the queen jack, he's blocking the ace queen, the ace jack, but he figures after he bet 3 bets that flop and bets the turn
You just knew.
I was like thinking,
that
okay,
Chris
what
just
if
has
it's,
it.
hook that
And
one?
Garrett correctly shuts it down.
Nah, it's 6-5, obviously. You got there. You're like, easy check.
Why did he go check on the river? Tell me one more time when you have a full house.
They're friends, that's why.
Yeah.
It's just like, you don't want to play like too hard with each other.
Oh, okay. We're friends?
Yeah, that's why I just called the 2K on the tone, too. I was like, I'll let this guy off the hook.
Why?
I don't know.
Why don't race them?
Because I play back.
Huh?
Because
Yeah.
It's
but
Fucking trap.
you made a lot more money on that.
yeah, I just like
Could have made a lot
I
more money.
She's probably 6,000.
no, I just have a thing where like it's like what would I do with an extra 5,000? You know?
Yeah. Problem.
Check. Check. You were an actor, like your whole life? You were a child actor? Or?
Me? No.
Chris gets there.
Not an actor. No, just a lifestyle thing.
But you were on television.
Yeah. With our own
Six.
show.
Oh, I understand. It wasn't, it was like non-fiction. You would talk about lifestyle
Yeah.
things. Yeah, I get it. Never mind.
Real fucked up shit. Normal shit. You know?
Like
but
gossip in Norway and
unpolitically
stuff.
correct. So I'm one of those that says everything from the heart and from the
Chris is going to
no-brainer.
bet here about
Yeah, I'm not scared of
3/4 pot, and Raja with ace high just gives it up.
everything. I'm not a scaredy cat,
Mm-hmm.
but still a cat.
Mm-hmm. You are.
I'm cool. I don't
Kevin Graham says, would you have played that the same way, Squish, on the turn?
Not yet.
I'm not sure about the turn, but I think on the
yeah.
flop
So far, you
there,
played very,
I would probably choose hands
You play
for
you
bluffs
play
on
like
that
Andy.
flop
no, I just like,
that block him having 2 parent sets, the 3x and the 4x combos
Ooh,
But
aggressive.
really,
that would block Chris having 2
I like
parent
aggressive. I like
sets. I
aggressive.
think those would be the hands that I bet 3-bet the flop with and then continue on the turn.
Three?
But I'm not going to question Garrett. Garrett is one of the best, if not the best.
donate. Donation. Check.
Check. Five.
I just feel bad if I take this one too. Yeah, you know what I
You
mean?
river that queen on the other one.
You know.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm gonna do.
10 seconds.
Actually, I'm gonna give it to you.
Wow.
I'm gonna give it to you.
Wow.
So you don't feel bad, and if
Wow.
you lost,
There
you
you
win.
go.
Ooh. Wow.
That queen was dirty on that last.
Sick fold, huh?
What's that?
Maria just lays down
She just knew you had a queen, the queen 5.
top pair. And again, we see Maria playing
Had the queen.
a bit apprehensively
I actually saw your hand.
at these stakes,
Yeah,
and you
sorry.
have to think Garrett and John and Art and Andy
Yeah,
are going to be noticing that and going to be applying max pressure throughout the night when they see her just folding top pair on the flop.
50.
250.
I need this one.
I need this one. I really.
Let me just win this spot once. All right.
I need this.
3 pairs.
John opened this one from under the gun.
Is that in LA?
Check. Check.
Near, I don't know. This one over here. It's called Red River.
And John's going to make a continuation bet here.
It's near Duarte, Monrovia.
Just not going to be much 2x in either Maria or Garrett's range here. Garrett, of course, is going to probably have more 2x than anybody else, but and we do see him put in the raise.
So I'm like, I used to live in India.
Huh?
And John's just going to fold it, and this is going to get through. Of course, we can't see what Garrett does have here, but
Yeah, I'll try to cover him better.
if he is bluffing, it's going to get through. If it is value, it's going to get through. It doesn't matter. Garrett's going to win this pot.
Quite a predicament we're in here.
You guys have like your own local government, fire department, police station.
It's so bizarre. It's like literally, they're his, but it's like, it's a gated community. So it's like, it's not like a normal city.
Okay.
So there is like a
I don't like
mayor and all that,
either.
but it's like not like a real,
Typical big
you know what I'm saying? Like, we share with the fire department and police department.
With who?
I believe it's actually,
If it was a rainbow board,
that was Monrovia, but
no
it's
fair
actually,
code.
so it's kind of weird.
Alright, deal with it.
Careful, I'm taking notes.
Okay. Do that. It's important.
Kind of like a landlocked city or something.
It's
Yeah.
weird. It's like there's, we get bears.
Chris with aces.
Yesterday,
I can feel the desperation coming from you guys. Get real quiet.
No one else with much of anything.
Yeah, the more.
Is there are you by
Let me
hills
see
or what?
John defend this. He does.
No, it's in okay.
Heads up.
Oh, you can't shut that.
Soon enough, man.
Yeah, it's okay, dude. You showed me.
I'm gonna win this spot.
Yeah, it's all gonna start falling your way here pretty soon, man.
Open-ender for John with the backdoor spades.
Whoa, is this like by your home?
Yeah, it's their house.
What the hell, man?
You guys work at all or just play golf?
And we are going to see John continue as a call.
I came home, I was like,
What kind of work?
then I heard the
A
rustling in the
little
car,
bit in the market.
and it was right there.
Wow.
And I was like,
What do you mean?
I ran to like the door, and I was like, please,
Socks and
don't kill me
stuff?
right now.
Oh, so you were one of those that inherited a lot of money. You were one of those.
Yep.
I do a little
You figured it out real quick.
When people say you do stocks, that's not really
Just for
weird.
myself.
Yeah, you know.
I don't, other people.
Chris takes a
You're
large
sharp. You're sharp.
How about you?
pot sizing here on the
Okay, they
turn.
do stock playing Hailden money.
A little bit polarizing, basically probably going
Sick.
king, queen plus here for value.
Same with you. Rich kid.
Mm-hmm.
Kid get it.
And John just lays it down to the large sizing. Charles Edward Chi says, Mark, are we going to get to see you play one of these big Friday games? Hopefully.
Does it work or no?
Hopefully,
I do some real estate
eventually,
stuff.
Yeah?
by next year is the
Same
goal.
thing, rich kid.
Been playing 10 and a quarter, some 25-50, but these games still
Or
Some that, some like.
a little bit too big for a little squish my tomato, but maybe next year.
I like flipping.
almost 10 years.
I like flipping. It's fun.
I like to. I worked actually with interior and design and flipping for like 12 years. So
Andy with ace king, and we see Garrett from the small blind
I got bored and I started playing poker.
with the 3-bet,
I like playing poker too.
and we'll see if Andy
It's more
elects
fun.
to call or go for the 4-bet here. He does call.
Do it for 14 more.
I know.
A lot of money out there. Could make quads. To flop it straight.
Convince me,
I
man.
feel like thinking
All the cards
about
10 seconds, Mario.
trying to figure out my hand. I don't think you can.
No, I don't want to.
I don't think you can. This is the second time I have that hand. Exact
Heads
same
up.
shit.
You call for service thing.
No, no, no. No, it's you one.
That's a really funny one.
Often do you play?
This flop is going to hit Andy harder, Andy's range harder than it does hit Garrett's. Garrett does just check here, and Andy checks it back with the ace high. Let's see if Garrett starts a bluff here. And he does. Andy with the quick call.
I actually usually play I'm not really familiar. Andy and Levy, 13 cards.
5 on the river, bringing a one-liner,
You play with your friends?
2 a 6, and also bringing backdoor clubs in.
So I usually play that or Jam or Chinese poker.
Yeah, you guys gamble?
Garrett can
Money?
have quite a few of the backdoor clubs here. He does just give up.
Not these things. Everyone just kind of like. How did you get into this?
Played a lot back as a teenager.
And Andy checks it back. Ace king is going to be good.
When you,
I just felt
I thought you had the I thought you had the 9-6.
felt that
This excellent shit. I was like, oh, I
I would have made like 10,000 on that.
I play less now, but I like trying to get into
Call,
like,
call.
real estate.
I do real estate too.
Yeah, I like.
So my dad, he was a physician too, but he went into real estate a long time ago. So I do this.
that would be good.
I'm like.
You could get a couple bags with that.
I got my first rental and I'm trying to buy another one, and I'm not like learning how to flip homes and stuff.
It's like easy. It's less headache. Well, not less headache.
Just want to learn new stuff. One more.
It's not as much headache as you would think. I mean, it is. Yeah.
Stop doing that. No, I don't know. Either.
Check.
Throwing money against people.
Don't give him any tips.
Raja flops.
We need to keep having a game.
Trip 4s here. And we do see him just call. And remember, we did see Raja lead when he flopped top pair type hands earlier. Garrett does check it back here on the turn. I'm not sure what Garrett has, but the spades get there on the river, and there's just not many bluffs Raja's going to have here when he calls the flop. And then the spades get there on the river. I'm not sure what Garrett has, but I would not feel good with even an ace here. Oh, wow. And Garrett's going to raise. He's going to put them all in.
Alright, whatever. You got the flush?
And he calls, and of course, Garrett has the jack-high flush, and Garrett
What happens when you play 4G?
Yeah, but I was.
gets all those chips back that Raja took on the earlier all-in with the jack-9 versus Garrett.
That to myself when I do that shit,
And Garrett, we see him check back the turn wisely,
Yeah,
once again with the flush draw.
Just relentless. You don't.
What?
That ain't
No,
right.
I'm telling you, I can't lie about anything. I have
Some
a
character?
I'm always on it.
Someone that plays here?
No. He looks like a cool guy.
No,
looks
you
like a fool
wouldn't
guy.
lie again anyway.
Well, I don't know if that doesn't even matter. I don't know.
What?
You know what
You
he's
take
not so
pictures?
nice, but I don't think he gives a fuck anyway.
Oh, that's good.
Just bailed out by the deck again, huh, bud?
It's not always going to be this easy.
Yeah.
Flush after flush.
Flush after flush after full house.
And then I just give it away, like.
Yeah, for no reason afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, like this last hand against Andy where I don't know if a human being could play a hand of poker worse than that. Like it was just so incredibly fucking bad that like I really wouldn't know where to start.
I mean, it's bad, but I don't think it's like top 5 bad.
No, it's not even in my top 5,000.
Yeah. No.
Still just
Like, it's definitely not good, but like, see you play some bad.
And again, we're going to see a button
play your hand.
versus blind confrontation with a couple of real hands.
Showdown against you every time it makes them
And once again,
You do that a
John
lot,
with the
huh?
ace-queen.
fucking brilliant.
You do that a lot.
Brilliant.
Andy's going to take a very small sizing here. We're going to see check on the turn, and this may just get the showdown.
Guy hasn't even got to play.
It does, and once again, Andy,
King, showdown again. Against your friend.
ace-king takes it down.
They're just saying.
Two peas in a pod.
You guys coach each other?
It's gonna be good.
Oh yeah, what happened?
1100. 250 from Don. Andy makes it 1100.
Story time?
Yep. Story time, I think.
Story
Maria.
time.
You want to say it so badly. You want to say it so bad.
It was bad.
Even better.
We
Yeah.
better hear it.
It was bad.
She hates
Oh yeah, I'm not interested then.
Oh, she hates me now. So
So we see Andy with the 3-bet, with the suited
I mean, at this
Broadway
point,
from
though,
the
you know,
blinds there.
Don't
You can't
say
do any
names.
more
No
damage.
names.
It's as bad as it is.
And he's just going to take
No
it down.
names.
Unless you don't
no,
want
no, I can do it off camera.
Off camera.
No, it's
few
bad.
more
I
hours.
don't want to.
so you'll tell us the name.
I like that one. I can do it off camera.
Oh no. I don't know that many people, so.
She's a big player.
Does this player like handsome men?
That's so beast, man. That's so fucking beast.
It was bad.
This player like handsome. I couldn't have described her any better than that, actually.
What would I do without this fucking be the point of my life without coming here on Fridays?
You'd be John.
I would see John going. The onesie just more fuck over here.
Guys just trying to make it
listen
at
to
10
them.
o'clock every night.
Just trying to get by.
I don't know how to pronounce that name, and I don't know what currency that is, but shout out
This is the only
for the donation.
live at the bike on Friday.
John at the bike.
But who was that Guapo guy? Anybody know him?
Who? Which one?
The one,
Guido?
Guido,
Who?
What?
I don't know any Guido.
What is 2000W? Does anybody know?
Who? When? Right now?
No, last Friday.
One that wears a suit.
Oh, talking about the
No.
African American man?
Yeah.
Dapo.
That's so much worse if you just say black.
So that is Korean
You ever
currency.
want to know
Live.
for sure if somebody's
The chat is
racist?
saying that is Korean currency.
I probably shouldn't, but that's why I always feel like everything I say, like, it's fine. Everyone knows I love everyone.
Yeah.
Like when you describe someone as an African American man, and Art loves everyone too, but you sound so fucking racist.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say anything.
You're not doing anything wrong. It's totally a reasonable way to say it. It just sounds so fucking reasonable.
Sounds way worse to say black for sure. The
That was my question.
like the pigmented.
He's trying really hard not to say the wrong. Like,
Yeah.
That's what it does sound.
That's
yeah.
Right.
That's why it sounds racist. Because he's like.
Yeah, it's like he's scared to
It's
say
like-
it. He's like,
Oh, they're gonna know I'm racist if I say black. So.
Yeah.
How do
Yeah,
I
but the
put
point is
this?
who was it?
His name
I
was
wasn't even here, so I
Dawko.
have no idea.
No, he was losing, so
He ran bad.
No, he ran really bad, but he's won a lot actually recently. He won some tournaments and stuff.
huh?
He won some tournaments
Yeah, I think
and
he-
stuff.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, currency.
He won.
No.
some
He won.
Unorthodox
some
says,
tournaments.
does
He's like
Live
an
at the Bike
environment-
screen these
Yeah,
players?
he's an
Yes, every
environmental,
player who
you know.
plays on Live at the Bike
Small
does
guy.
have to take a urine test, and we make sure they do not test positive for steroids. No performance-enhancing drugs on Live at the Bike.
All right.
Just gets him for the max.
What a play.
Just gives you a high five as he takes the money.
That was a sick bet, dude. It's funny in my head. I go 275. I'm out. Fucking done. Then he blows my mind with the 250. Great play, though.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Pretty obvious.
That's so.
Everybody knew like here.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Even a dealer fucking you.
What a play.
Dio just starts pushing Jeff the paw as you call. Doesn't even wait for you.
I was like, well, he's got the ace of diamonds or nothing here.
No.
I don't know what the fuck
It's on you, Chief.
He's a diamonds.
You didn't know that one?
It's so funny.
Probably
We don't even know if he had a pail.
No, baby one.
You gotta cater to the audience, you know. This is a poker joke kind of crowd we got here today. So fucking
Good job.
when in Rome.
Oh, really?
So we see another blind versus blind confrontation here. Once again, Garrett
Just waiting for
limping
you
in
to-
from the middle
Not gonna
blind.
fall for it.
Here's your chance, man.
What a pathetic bet.
This is a genius fucking bet.
Interesting play.
No, okay.
Don't get a read on me, man.
Just a competitor.
This guy plays too good.
And John's just going to take it down.
He had a king and two kings, so he had kings full of deuces, deuces full of aces.
Wow.
That was fucked up. Yeah, that was fucked up. I thought I won. I was like protesting.
The YouTube chat is going crazy
No, no, no.
in
That's not the run out. I want to do
Korean.
one.
Is that Korean in the YouTube chat? I'm not sure.
I just didn't.
But that's pretty wild. It's just all Korean in the YouTube chat.
Time in this country.
I like it. Say that's definitely an improvement.
Ugly, ugly.
Limp this one out. Thank you. Yeah, I'll try.
I know sometimes you don't think about it. I know you're not thinking about it. Try though. Or even like that.
So we see another blind versus blind pot here. We're going to see a lot of these tonight. Art with the ace high. Figuring he may just have showdown value
Seemed like
here.
good call. Pause for me.
And now let's see if John turns his hand into a bluff when the board double pairs. And his hand is counterfeit. He
Yeah.
does. He
Don't
bets
make me laugh.
small. He's just trying to
The guy
fold
said it,
out.
he's flipping over the Dutch. He's like, good call. Flipped over
Maybe
the Dutch.
queen and
Fold it.
king highs here.
I wouldn't have the heart to do that.
No, that one's mean, but
It's the board art.
Yeah, that's you now.
that's ace high showdown again.
Fuck, it looks like I made a bad decision. I always assume small bet is the nuts. way.
I don't like to see because I have a hard time seeing the board sometimes. Like,
Oh, really?
yeah, my eyes.
You gotta do LASIK, man.
My eyes aren't like very right.
Garrett once again with a real hand on the button. Let's see if anybody in the blinds picks something up. Nope. Garrett takes it down.
I'd be five right now.
Yeah.
So while we have a break in the action,
Can I get food service?
to improve your mental concentration at the table, you need protein. And to get protein, check out Chobani Greek Yogurt. 0% fat, now available in vanilla, strawberry, and plain. Chobani Greek Yogurt.
They did what? They put him where?
In the box.
In the box?
That's why you're the fucking dealer, because you're good at basic multiplication.
300.
The rest of us will just dumbass.
Garrett with the ace-king suited from the cutoff. Garrett's picking up quite a few hands from late position tonight. And again, no one just with anything in the blinds, just
Skunk.
card dead. And you always got to be a little bit disappointed when you pick up a monster, especially with Garrett's image from late position and you open it up and everybody just folds. It's just a waste.
Every Friday he wakes up, he's like,
Kind of how I felt last night. Had a set,
You have fun the other day. I feel like that.
no one had anything. Had aces, no one had anything. It's just one of those, it's a different form of run bad where every time
Yeah.
you pick up a big hand, no one just has
really
anything.
sold that one.
No, same for me.
And not.
3.
300.
Blinds or eating blinds.
What do you guys think about doing a round of straddle?
I was thinking about it.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Say what that is, Rick?
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, one round of straddle.
Never mind straddle.
Said your name's Maria.
One in service.
5.
500. Service anyone?
I could eat again.
Art with aces.
Why not?
Why not?
Can I do the salmon, broiled salmon salad?
Can you bring me some fruits? Yeah.
How much?
Like
500.
grapes and papaya, pineapple.
Pocket rockets.
Pocket rockets.
Yeah.
You want to know what I had?
No, I don't want to know.
Pocket rocket.
I'll tell you.
In the coaching session. You go over there.
Looks like we've got a round of straddles. So we're playing 50, 1, 1, 200.
What time you played through yesterday? And when you're done playing, are you able to fall asleep quickly usually?
No.
Yeah, it's impossible to do.
Probably
Right?
fall asleep.
Yeah.
That's why you shouldn't take coke.
That's why you should take coke.
Oh my god.
How does no one react to that?
That's why I can't
It's
Maybe
actually
because
an
everybody's doing
infuriating
it,
feeling.
nobody
when you
wants
So we
don't
got
try.
50, 1, 1, 2.
It's so fucking annoying.
Yeah, right.
Especially if you like just lost many. fucking
Andy's
dollars.
going to open
No,
up
you-
the
you want
cutoff,
day to
and
end,
we're going to
you know,
see
you feel a
John
little
come
better.
along from the straddle.
Fall asleep.
Heads up. Check.
I guess that's it.
See if we see Andy start a bluff here. Andy does have a range advantage and a nut advantage on this board, and it's going to be tough for John to hang on. with even an ace here. Let's see if Andy continues with his gut shot. And he does check it back now. And the jack on the river. And he gets there. $3,100. And John just in the tank here trying to figure out what hands would go check, bet, check, bet here that he can beat.
I've been watching mainly like highlights of games and like Undisputed. You know Undisputed, the show? Haven't had a time.
You a big Skip Bayless fan?
I like,
John figuring that Andy may continue to fire his clubs on the turn.
I like trolls. I think they're
yeah.
cool,
Shannon Sharp. It's funny too.
Shannon Sharp's the best Skips.
Funny, man.
Ain't no problem.
Go James. Go James.
He is really funny.
And John does make a very good
The
laydown.
game I watched, I think it was Wednesday night, Clippers in overtime. You watch that one?
A little bit, yeah. When they came back at the end, yeah, it was fun.
I think maybe the first game with Paul George and Kawhi.
Second,
together.
no, I think that. Oh, together.
Yeah, it was like Paul George's third or fourth.
Yeah, his third game. Yeah, I think it was the first game. It was for sure the first game. 'Cause I remember Skip talking about that. Yeah,
Yeah. Pretty cool.
they had to practice at all. Like
Fucking
before that.
crazy how all four of those guys play in Los Angeles.
Yeah,
How lucky are we?
crazy. It's not really luck, I think.
No, I know. Yeah. I mean, obviously the reason why we live here is why they want to live
Yeah.
here too. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, best player.
Very good fold from John.
That would
Again.
never happen on.
John
that would
just-
never happen for the Atlanta Hawks.
Right.
Trying to figure out what kind of hands Andy would go. Bet, check, bet,
But there's some places that are. Yeah.
that he could beat. And he just figures that Andy would fire quite a few of his bluffs, continue those on the turn, and just can't really figure out what his weak top pair beats there and makes a very good laydown.
What do we think? Bud's here now?
Yeah, all it was just a straddle. Trying to mock every time. I honestly like wish I was capable of doing that. I'm sit there, I'm like, I'm gonna play tight. Huh. It's a good talent.
If I get. When I get.
Heard that. 500.
So we've kind of seen here the straddle has gone on and the game has gotten a bit tighter. Maria even joking that she's that she would even fold aces right now.
Going to San Diego tonight. Not coming back till ever, man. May never come back. Yeah, no, I'm not.
Depends how the
I'll be
session
there all
goes.
week.
Big group or?
Same group, like 15 people that go to my mom's house.
You looking forward to it, or is it more just like?
Yeah, I mean it's nice. I like it.
You guys gonna all be doing things all weekend, or mostly just sitting around?
I'll probably see a bunch of
Maria is going to open limp from the cutoff with pocket fours.
having a couple nights out.
I used to do that too when I'd go. Thanksgiving
Yeah.
weekend.
It's
That,
like, yeah.
that Friday, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's always at the local pub.
Yeah, I mean it's basically
Get wasted hooking up with
And
the high
Chris
school ex. both of them 30.
Is going to raise it up from the straddle.
Exactly.
Press in their marriage and
Cheating on their
trying to
significant
fucking
other.
escape for one weekend, yeah. Just trying to get by, as you say.
Just trying to get by, man. Everyone's just trying to get by.
That's a depressing thought, huh? Thinking about like the
I knew you weren't on the button, so I was
like,
safe.
all gross now,
Hooking up.
fucking each other, cheating on their significant
No,
other.
when I
They're all
Oh, no.
And Chris applying that pressure, knowing Maria
make it pretty
is going to raise most of her stronger hands. Maybe the straddle's making the game a bit too big, possibly a bit uncomfortable, and he's just applies the pressure
The dream, bud.
and takes down the pot there.
That painting's still here, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, come and look at that.
What you got going, Art?
Family.
Big group?
Less than 15.
Everyone's local though. No one's traveling to be there.
No, we don't.
It's not that serious.
We're Armenian. We all live together in the same area.
Of course.
You heard of
The same condo, right?
Have you ever heard of Glendale?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. I'm not even
They
kidding.
all moved in with Art.
Walk across a little bridge. No.
Two places. They live in Glendale or Armenia. Huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Garrett opens and Jeff is going to call from the straddle. And Jeff's going to pick up a gut shot here on the turn. Let's see if he fires what type of sizing he
Food, please.
takes after Garrett
So
checks
hungry.
his back.
That's me for like 2 hours.
And he does check.
Nah, thank you, though.
With what one he needs.
Interesting with the
Yeah,
queen jack that he elected to check there.
Greek salad.
Now the
Greek with,
river brings a
extra
one-liner.
cheese.
And let's see if Jeff takes a stab at it.
Blackened salmon on top. Blackened salmon. Thank you. That's, yeah, that's it.
Jeff could have some 7-8 here. Could have some ace-7, but with the sizing he takes, he is representing more hands than just straights. He could also be betting 2 pair for this type of sizing, possibly a hand like 6-8 suited. Garrett's going to flick in the call. And Garrett is good. I would have liked to see a bet on the turn there from Jeff with no showdown value after Garrett checked back the flop. I think a large sizing there on the turn with the gut
I
shot,
like the dismissive
especially
call.
when the
Yeah, he's like, huh.
when an undercard comes to top pair on the turn there. I think just starting a bluff on the turn
Whatever's special.
would be good there. Still got the straddle on. 50, 1, 1, 2 with a $100 ante. John is going to open it up with ace queen.
Get in there, Maria.
Yeah.
All right.
I can't eat and play because then I'm
Maria does call from the straddle.
There's times I've played sessions with John where I've heard him say, get in there, blank, like 30 times and not another word. Like, the whole thing. But he'll say that every time.
He means that he's
Yeah.
like, I need this. Get in
Yeah,
there.
I need
every
the
time he
action, man.
raises-
I just need
raises
the-
under the gun and it goes to the big
Pretty good
flop.
flop
He goes
for
to the-
John
Yep.
with the queen of clubs, also with the gut shot.
He's a help salesman. So,
have a very good good
And he's going to win this one.
If I had one club, I call.
let it go.
No, but if I had club, I don't know.
Should we keep it going?
What do you think?
What?
Take a break or do another one?
Let's take a break.
Take
Yeah.
a break.
So bad.
play
gonna
it.
get
Yeah. That's the way. Alright, I'm gonna...
Let's raise it up.
250.
Let's just raise this up. All right.
What are you doing? Do you know who's next to act after you? What the fuck are you doing?
I'm just waiting for the top.
It's not a hand in the deck you should be raising.
Nope.
So the straddle is off. We're back to a 3-blind game. 51-1 with a $100 big blind ante. John does elect to check this one back.
To give it 2 hearts.
See if he starts a bluff here on the turn or waits for the river to stab with very little equity here. But he does decide to take a stab here on the turn, and this should work.
Oh.
Oh no.
No.
I shouldn't even fold by now, but you never know.
Mm-hmm.
John needed it.
I need the
Blind for Royal.
Yeah, sure, thanks. Appreciate that, man.
El Midas says with a name like Goon, not sure why you'd want to be called Squish. Goon is my nickname. Squish is the name on my birth certificate, so I'll take either.
300. Raise it up to 1,700.
And Garrett getting a little bit out of line here with the spidey senses. Thinking that Andy may be opening the cutoff and button too light, and Maria may be overfolding here to pressure.
Yeah, you could put 17 out there and hope to flop the world.
You really want me in there, huh? Oh. You're too good for me. I can't fight you.
And this one's going to get through. Garrett with the spidey senses does pick up on that again. Maria talking. She's going to lay this one down.
What's a real hand? Probably have the best hand.
Jonathan, you know you're my man, and this is totally fine this time too, but
Goodfella Vapor says, Mark Goon, what the heck with that pick of you with giraffes on your neck?
totally fine.
I have a long neck, and I like long neck animals, so I felt like it
No way
fit.
to tell you without doing it that way. Don't apologize. You did nothing wrong.
Fishy, fishy.
Yeah.
All fishing?
You good? Alright.
Is this Garrett's second meal already? Shout out to MixWag Surfin for the donation.
Pretty relaxed, dude.
Just,
Get a read on me here.
just call, huh?
So again, we're going to see blind versus blind, and Garrett limping in from the middle blind.
What I'm doing, he's like,
Again,
how are you
you're going to see in optimal play,
Magic, get out of the way. I got.
pretty much 100% limping with your range from the middle blind in a 3-blind game. John does flop top pair here, and Garrett is going to check call. So we may see Garrett have a hand like Jack X or 6X or possibly just ace high.
Play low.
I play defensive. Waiting for him. He's gonna bluff it again, I bet. Going for it again.
Go for this one again.
John is going to continue to go for value here on the turn with a large sizing. He's going to overbet,
Thanks.
and Garrett's just going to lay it down.
Can I ask you a serious question? If you'll answer, you don't just either don't answer or answer honestly.
Okay.
Were you gonna bet that amount before I gave the speech about he's gonna bluff it again, or does that make you want to up the ante?
No, I was gonna bet that amount. Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah. What, you thought I was gonna bet smaller? Yeah, otherwise?
Well, I didn't know what you were gonna do. That's why I asked.
Shout out to Big
Art
Liz
sent me the bet sizing emails
Chewy.
on various boards, so that one
and
was
Frankie
700.
That's
watching from home tonight.
700 one.
500. I'm leaving.
It's my girlfriend and soon to be 2 dogs, Chewy and Frankie. Chewy's probably the better poker player, but Frankie's learning. Chris opens this one up. Maria's got 10s. Let's see if she is going to 3-bet on the button, and she does.
You said you get aces on the button. What am I supposed to do?
And Chris is just going to lay it down with the
Yeah.
light open, super light open from the hijack.
Yeah. That one time, give me some cash.
I'm sorry. I'll help out next time.
Okay, good.
Got the new Louis.
Yeah.
I need to pay for them.
Gotta pay for non-credit. Payment plan. $250 at a time.
Oh, the new ones are actually really expensive.
Dan says, do you have an Instagram squishy? I do. It is at Marcoon, M-A-R-C-G-O-O-N-E. Haven't been the most
can
active
help.
on there. I'm more active on Twitter,
Over 2,000
but I do have one.
for shoes, you know?
Wow.
Isn't that a lot?
2,000.
Not really.
No? It's not. What?
Stand up.
How much would you say you spend on all apparel per year on average?
And do you think it's more than the rest of the table combined?
Yeah. Huh?
I said, and do you think it's more than the rest of the table combined?
Hey.
I don't know. I spend quite a bit.
Call, right?
I
Yeah.
do.
I'll let you play your hand, and then I want you
Yeah,
to
call, yeah.
So we see Maria limp in from the cutoff with a pretty strong hand to suited Broadway here.
Friendly puss.
Oh, cute.
And a cascade of limps from the 3 blinds here. John with 2 pair,
500.
and Andy flops the flush. John's going to lead right out in a limp pot.
Oh,
Wouldn't
With
be
bottom
the first
2.
time.
No, I mean, like, nothing is like hanging together.
10 seconds.
Can't see Art's hand, but he folds. I like when Art folds. It's fun.
That always reminds me. Anytime someone makes a comment like that. It's just how long you lived in LA for? I don't know, like 40 years or something.
Andy elects to just call the flop.
I don't know.
And now John's going to take a pot sizing here on the turn. Andy elected to slow play on the flop, and that's an action-killing river if there is any in the entire deck. John is going to check here. And this is just going to shut it down. Shame for Andy on that run out.
Lots of the shit.
So what do you think, Maria? Total amount spent
About,
per year on all apparel.
yeah.
Bags, shoes, clothing, makeup, mask, whole thing.
probably. People are going to use it like that. I don't know.
No one's watching.
Probably.
30,000.
I was thinking around.
30,000. I was gonna say.
I say
a half
oval.
million.
Yeah, I'm thinking like
Yeah.
80 to 110.
Maybe a half million.
Per year? Per year?
$500,000.
This is
Two. If if I just me or
I meant on you, yeah.
yeah,
Good
me.
stuff.
13.
Yeah, probably.
300, 1300.
Around there.
4.9. It's like,
That's still a lot. That's 5,000 a year per kid on clothes. That's a lot.
yeah.
Most kids are like, the fuck? I would love 1,000.
I spend a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
500.
You want to know? I don't even know what to say. It's actually $75.
Oh.
No, I'm not kidding.
I
No.
believe you.
No. But you know, I don't. Yeah. I thought it was cool. I bought it in Abbotsford in the store there. They have a lot of this kind of.
The
Or
dragon.
you want to wear it or? Huh? Is it me? No, they have a lot of cool stuff. And it looks really expensive.
300.
Wrapping.
What's up, my man? Good to see you again.
Raise it. 1350.
Garrett opens and we see a 3-bet from
Fucking this guy's so.
Chris. I think it was 1350. Garrett opens at 300. Chris 3-bets. Garrett folds.
Finally.
New dealer.
Some class out of you.
This guy's so easy. Good dealer. Easy as that.
Do you guys play tournaments too or only that?
Not really.
This guy. This guy's at home.
Oh,
I
Our
love
place,
poker
yeah.
tournaments. Fucking love them.
You like winners? You like winners?
Winners in general?
Yeah.
I like to be the winner.
But when it comes to men, you like winners?
No, I don't.
You specialize in the
I
losers.
don't compete. Then
She
I.
goes,
Yeah.
no.
You like
I
losing.
fucking want to lose. Alright, there we are. We got
Yeah, you're not
one.
gonna like
you got
winners
me.
if you don't like
Yeah.
winners.
But I compete in everything.
Yeah. Me too, actually. Why not, right? What else is there to do in life than to just look at a man in the eye and say, I'm gonna be better than you today? What else I got going on?
First time I did it. That's it.
Yeah. Better than talk about it.
Easy, pal.
Why?
That's my strategy. Really, just hype myself up.
You're scaring people.
Well, if I'm not actually better than them, what can I do? I'll
Yeah, that's
talk
good.
shit.
Yeah. Don't even say you're good. Just say how bad they are.
400.
What's going on in there? Can't win.
No,
Can't win.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
give me something.
You have to get somebody.
Something really cracky.
Fancy.
Like 6-7 suited against
Yeah, I need some pockets, man. Give me some pockets.
Pocket buckets.
I haven't had one big. This time. It's coming. It's coming. It's always coming.
Pocket is coming.
Yeah.
No?
Luckily.
I saw a card bounce, but about it.
What was it?
No one saw it.
Jeff is going to limp in here from the small blind, and Maria wakes up with ace king from the middle blind.
Get me out of here.
She is going to raise
You
it
didn't
up,
have
and
the
Jeff
dragon
is just
ring,
going to
would you
fold.
have called?
So how's everybody doing tonight
Buy it, Andy, huh?
on this Friday night?
I like that.
Millions in fold.
Watching some poker. High stakes Friday. You guys got any fun plans for the weekend? Me, I'm going crazy. Tomorrow I'll most likely
The old-timer guys would wear, right?
Oh, yeah.
writing a song and watching some NBA. Gonna be a crazy weekend for me.
Just make it
There you
bigger.
go.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
just make
and-
it bigger. You can make it bigger too. Yeah. It's about IQ.
What's up to Matt Jerry
You wanna know
in the
about
YouTube
man.
chat? Derek Kino,
It's always the girl
Jared
with
Lawrence.
those perverts who always drops the first line.
Not being able to
You
spell
like
both.
it, huh? Everybody thinks it's like 24 karat gold. No, you can make it. Come here, I'll show you. Jesus Christ.
Overstockable says a song. What type of song? Most likely a
Oh,
polka
yeah,
song.
there you go.
Really feeling the Eastern European influence right now. I'm one of the top polka songwriters in the world right now, ranked number 4 on the
Today I'm live at the bike. How to
polka
make a lean bagel.
songwriter rankings list.
And some polka.
Yeah, fuck yeah, I do. What do I weigh?
Oreo says, Squish, who's your NBA MVP? That's a good question. I think right now
I feel better anyway.
the candidates are probably Giannis, who is actually improved on his numbers from last year. There's LeBron, who, until proven otherwise, in my opinion, is still the best
like
player
you
in the world.
And before?
We have James Harden putting up crazy numbers in Houston, and Luka Doncic has snuck his way into the MVP conversation,
thing?
averaging
You
almost
don't
a
have backpacks?
triple-double and 30 points per game in Dallas. I think those are your 4 leading candidates right now.
It's okay, you can pull.
Maria, you want the
Pull it.
Maria, you want the
Magic
collection?
Huh?
250. The collection is
Oh yeah. I didn't. I'm like I don't have cards.
130.
What is it?
Still, man.
130. 130.
Oh man.
I'll give you change right now.
That's what I raised to before the flop.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So is it going like around?
You're not the big. Yeah. Our
Like around? Like that?
Ming Floyd says, Squish, do you play recreational tennis in an overly competitive manner? That's a very specific question. I kind of like tennis, but I don't think I've played tennis in like 9 years, so no. But I would like to play tennis again.
I don't know. I'm stupid like that.
300.
Andy with the suited Broadway, opening it up from under the gun.
I'm on the button. I'm on the button.
Just laughs at you. It's tight fold.
Yeah, it was really tight. Actually.
And takes it down. Andy with the monster pot.
Jeff and I have been texting each other. We're fucking plotting all your deaths.
Yeah. You guys are just a couple real happy
It's like, Will Gale, shut up. I'm like, I know, and how about Chris?
Forget about it.
Aizo Yamamoto says, Squish, do you pay taxes on your winnings? Yes, I do. Aizo Yamamoto, are you the IRS? Chris opens it up
Worked out too much.
with the suited connector. And look at Art throwing that fold.
I do everything.
Everything.
What'd you do today?
No, actually, I do only, what is it called? Body weights? Body weight. I used to compete in CrossFit.
Plyometrics?
Chris does check it back here on a board,
That's 4 years.
connected board. Chris hits the straight on the river. I'm not sure that's the interesting part. The interesting part to me is his check back on this flop.
I think the word you're looking for is percent.
Yeah, I know. I'm just.
I think I may, maybe Chris's strategy here is he's just checking back
Did you do
100
the
on this
CrossFit
flop.
games? You did it.
But I think, again, specifically Andy's calling range from the third blind, I think I would be having quite a few C-bets there. Definitely not C-betting 100% of my range, but definitely having C-bets there. And I think top pair with a weak kicker is a better hand to C-bet there than, say, aces or maybe even a hand like ace-8. Just because your hand is vulnerable to so many
One of
turns,
his
and I
fans was
think
calling for him.
Andy just has quite a few
So you would do
say Andy has a wide calling range from the third blind there. I would like to see a C-bet on that flop.
That's pretty cool, though.
I could get behind a check 100 range on that flop under the gun versus button, but against the third blind, I think I would be C-betting there.
My little sister, she loves CrossFit. So, when I
So
go
we
visit
see Garrett
her-
opening up the cutoff and John calling on the button with the offsuit Broadway.
Is that allowed or no?
Yeah, it's fine.
Sure.
After
You're
this
not in
hit.
the hand.
Okay, I'll
Check,
do
check.
that.
Oh, yeah, wait till I'm not in the hand.
Interestingly, Garrett does check here. Picks up the open-ender on the turn. And we're going to see Garrett start a bluff here on the turn with 6 high. He's going to overbet. Put John in a tough spot. This is a weird sizing from Garrett. This is a weird sizing from Garrett because he did check the flop. And you would think Garrett would fire, especially on this board, with most of his stronger hands, specifically ace, queen,
hello,
aces, queens, all of his
Hello, Feshos.
ace 10
It's like one of
plus,
those, like,
most
shortcut
likely.
things. Yeah, I started
The
doing that.
queen on the
Yeah, I'm
river,
doing
and
like
John
2
now
days a
has
week.
trips. Let's
And
see
then
if
I do
Garrett,
solving meals, so I get
Garrett's
like, food out
spidey
of it.
senses suss it
It's
out
nice.
again,
Well,
correctly
so
figuring
good.
that John either has
Like,
an ace or a queen,
makes
and he's
me
probably
try
not
some
folding
stuff.
after he calls to the overbet sizing, and Garrett,
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I think the food's pretty decent so far.
Garrett's thinking here.
It's pretty. I mean, it definitely add a lot of sauce.
No. And he does just fold it.
Yeah. That's a 6 flat.
Turn sizing
Yeah,
was a
it's
little
like
weird.
back
That's
seat.
one of those where if Garrett just goes bet flop,
Oh,
when he has all the backdoors there, he has 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, he
I
has
won't.
the large range advantage and nut advantage on that board. If he just c-bets the flop and then fires big on the turn, I think John just lays down the pair of queens, but
And just eat
John gets a
bit.
little suspicious there on that turn.
I can't imagine you
When
looking
Garrett wakes up with the
fat,
overbet after checking the flop as the pre-flop raiser.
I don't have it.
having the thoughts of feeling fat, of course, yeah. I think it's pretty common. Everyone feels fat.
Sometimes.
Jake Mellon says, Squish, do you plan on making music again? I am making music quite a bit now. Just have not released anything in a while. Maria with
I
aces.
probably feel fat a lot more than.
bro, you are fat, man.
No, don't kid yourself.
Don't kid yourself, man.
You are fat.
And unfortunately
I
for
was
her,
feeling
no
pretty
one
fat like that
has
once, so.
anything.
I played too tight, huh?
Yeah, I'll be making music all day tomorrow. Gonna take the day and just write some songs.
Good
I
play.
enjoy it
That
again.
was a good play,
That
right?
was pretty
When it
nice,
was a
yeah.
full-time job.
It was as if you knew what I asked.
You gotta be careful what you wish for,
Yeah, no, I
because
did.
when your
I did.
passion or like your hobby or
No,
the thing you
I played
love
it
turns
back.
into your full-time job, oftentimes then it
It
just
wasn't
turns
that
into a job and
fascinating.
you lose your love for it.
Nah.
So
What happened?
If I ever use the word fascinating, you can be all there.
I do enjoy writing again after taking a year or two away from it.
Tight lay down?
No,
Nope.
this is really not tight later. But it goes like if you want to see, I'm trying to teach myself not to play, not to put money in if I don't want to go the way. Heart. You know?
Bamboo says, where can we find your music, Squish? I haven't put out music in a couple of years,
Race and anything.
but I am on Spotify, Apple Music, etc. Just type my name in. You'll find it.
I'm trying to teach myself
It's all old,
to be a good.
but I've been working on new stuff for the last couple months. I am excited about it. Swick Nasty in the Twitch chat. Are you a bad person or a horrible person?
No, you guys can't hear it.
Yeah.
Call.
It's a lot of fun on this end of the table. Yeah.
Heads up.
A lot of fun. We have a good time here.
At $100.
100.
Garrett with top and bottom. Maria. flopping middle pair and a gut shot.
Still straight, I'll check. Yeah.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Two pair also.
6-8. No!
Pretty lucky.
Five times.
All boat.
Three of a kind pair all at the same time.
Goodfella Vapor says, Mark, how many millionaires do you think are at the table? I won't ask names. I have no idea, but if I was going to guess, I would guess 4. My guess is 4. I'm fairly confident in that guess. It could be over. It could be over 4, but I'm fairly confident. At least 4.
That's another one I like. Thinking of full boats. Like, you get to a river, you're thinking forever, and you finally call, and the guy looks at you and goes, full house.
That's a good one.
I always love that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Maybe more. I don't know, but minimum 4.
Can't be.
Like they're waiting to see if you have
Yeah,
you have a better hand.
You might have quads. Right, exactly. Yeah.
The other good one is like you call on the bevel like clearly, like you put chips out and they're like,
Yeah.
you called? You're like, yeah, I called. And they're like, oh, full house.
And he opens it up to 300 with the ace jack off. Maria's going to make a light call on the button here. And there goes
I
Garrett
wanted to call that one.
with 9s.
We know, man. Once you get to the big
Hey, no
line,
one's talking to you, buddy.
we
Yeah.
can't wait.
We just talked about it.
Just go.
I haven't had a
No
big one yet either.
hesitation.
Give him the green light. Yeah, it's like full speed.
We need to start playing more aggressively.
Yeah.
Boring.
What happened? Why do you think you took the pedal off the gas? You.
Me?
In terms of playing more defensively.
All these aggro donkeys around her.
Because if I tell you that, you will figure me out.
Okay, yeah, that's something.
So I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah, don't. Better not.
He won't get it anyways.
Maria's going to open it up with ace 10 off. Garrett's just going to call with the queen 10 suited. Figuring Maria's opening pretty tight here. Has seen her limp quite a bit. Garrett flops the straight. Maria's open-ended. And Maria's going to check call. 9 on the turn. May see Garrett take a pretty large sizing here. Correct. He does go about 75% pot.
I wouldn't mind a spade more, actually.
Yeah?
It'd be fine.
We'll see if Maria gets sticky here with a gut shot in ace high. Garrett's got to be hoping she has a hand like ace 9,
I know, that's why.
and she just folds.
Or you over that it's because they have a baby flush.
Fishball Handmade says, Mark, if both pickles and carrots could run, which do you think would be faster? Definitely carrots. Pickles are modified. Cucumbers versus carrots would be a better matchup.
Spill the beans.
Alec Torelli's cousin says, Squish, what's your favorite thing to eat at the bike? Egg white omelet, 6 egg whites with spinach and broccoli and a side of steamed rice.
Seems reasonable.
Mazi Haydari says, Mark Goon, vague question. When are you betting big versus betting small? I mean, it depends, but mostly I am betting big when I have a nut advantage, and what that means is I can have all the nut hands and my opponent cannot.
You're a 17.
Solid play, solid play.
Might be a problem there.
Hot of the night. You degenerate. Fox.
See, I call the big one.
I don't know, man. I'm breaking the table.
Garrett with the 3-bet with jacks. We see Maria with the back door.
Hey, that's kind of annoying.
Heart draw here with the ace of hearts.
Driving you a little extra insane a little. I don't know how it happened. Someone just got real mad
10
one day.
seconds.
I mean, it looks like someone punched it.
22.
And Maria's just going to come out and lead here for 2,200. We have seen her play more conservatively today. And Garrett is just going to call with jacks.
Fuck yeah, I'm scared. Fucking terrified.
The heart comes on the turn, and now let's see if Maria continues firing with the ace of hearts.
Fuck, I'm scared.
And she goes all in. She goes all in. A good bluff from Maria. And she has the
It looks
ace
like
of
it's
hearts
set in
here.
something.
Jesus, this fucking
And Garrett's just gotta be thinking now, does she lead with a flush draw on this flop? And if she doesn't, what are her bluffs? Let's listen to Garrett try to figure this one out.
2, 4, 5. 4, 5, 6. 71, 76.
7,600.
Yeah.
Oh,
5, 6.
Yeah.
65.
Hot of the night.
Alright, start.
This one's kind of shitty. What do you think I thought of the turn card? You want me to just tell you? I'm gonna fuck you anyway. I fucking hated it. That turn was trash as fuck. I hate that shit. I hate it.
10 seconds.
I hate that turn. You like the turn?
Alright, one more
I'm eating.
Because that would be a bad combo if I hate it and you like it. Why even bet the flop? I re-raised you. Let me bluff at it, right? So 7,100. 7,600. Thanks. Trying to think about what's going on.
Garrett talking and trying to get a read here.
That'll be two of them, right? Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'll decide here. Next 50 seconds. Should I double you up? Maybe. Bad. I could be drawing dead. That's how bad my hands become. I might be dead. What do I do? 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 Not sure. Still not sure.
Garrett's just in a really rough spot. When she leads here, she's repping over pairs and flush draws. The flushes get there.
Get a nap in.
Yeah, man, I slept 9 hours. I'm tired. So tired.
I slept 8.
Like, no matter what, just sleep, I'm just always tired.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm tired in the
I've
morning.
gone on like a waking up at like 7 a.m. schedule, and I've felt way better throughout the day. For sure. Yeah. Like sleeping the night schedule, I just feel like you're
That's
tired
how
all
I
the
am
time.
too. Yeah.
Yeah. When I was like on like doing night shift, I'd sleep like 12 hours and just still wake up exhausted.
Yeah, yeah. Because our bodies are not wired.
Yeah.
If I was Maria here, I'd be dying with Garrett in the tank, making a huge bluff, and Garrett just trying to get a read. And Garrett folds, Maria gets it through, and she shows. Good bluff from Maria. Good to continue
Now we got a
firing
game.
on
Maria,
the
we got a
turn.
game now.
Oh
We got
man.
a fucking game.
I was wondering if she was going to follow up, and she does.
Oh, you hate to lose.
And
Oh,
Garrett,
you hate that. Bingo.
Garrett just thinking there when she leads that flop and then continues on that turn, she's either got a flush
Got him.
I got you.
or an overpair,
Abracadabra.
and probably just almost all flushes there. It's just hard for her to have many bluffs.
I didn't eat the fork. You didn't see that?
And you heard Garrett talking out loud saying, I'm probably drawing dead here.
Yes, sir.
You could definitely get there.
I'm gonna
Don't
get
fault Garrett for the fold. He has much better hands to call with. All his pairs with hearts,
pocket tens.
all of his ace-king,
Yes,
all of
oh,
his
no.
kings and aces, etc. Garrett's pretty much at the bottom of his range there, but he almost sussed it out and made the hero call with just a pair of blackjacks.
Told me, next time
You know who liked that hand even more than you? This guy in C1.
Beautiful. It was just a nice.
I'm sure everyone here, except for me, really likes that.
Everybody's so.
But like
Why is
John
everybody
liked
so
it.
happy, man? Suddenly everyone's so happy.
But that's right, it was.
Andy just crushing this board with the flush draw and two pair.
I need some feedback on my game, if it's good enough.
The feedback you need is when my hand hit the muck. That's pretty good feedback, right?
Really? Oh. You're so mad. You have so many
Shit.
chips. You
Alright,
can
what's
share
going on
with
here, man?
You have a lot of chips. Can I have some?
No, I made them.
We have played play every week. You're so fucking funny.
The grooming man says, question G-man, what's the G?
Good, great.
What does a G stand for? It stands for gesticulate.
Oh no,
You
don't
see
say
it?
that.
You guys see it a little bit?
Yep.
Stop.
Yeah, a little bit. Not looks wise.
Yeah. Personality, not at all.
You mean the guy that plays?
He plays.
The guy that talking like these.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
he doesn't like women too much.
He doesn't like women.
He wants to call everything at the
Oh,
that's his
I'm not surprised. Yeah.
13.
No, he's
Women suck at poker.
Hey, Gary, do you ever play with the good women poker player? Never played.
I've never played with one. Never found one.
one day I will kick his ass out.
Never played with one.
No,
It annoys me a
he doesn't even say like with one. He goes.
So again, we see a button versus blind confrontation. Andy opens. Jeff 3-bets with the suited Broadway, and Andy is going to continue with the 10s. Can sometimes be a 4-bet here,
lot. But the last, like,
but Andy elects to call in position.
Fuck him up.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do
Just like
Jeff with all the
Galen.
backdoors, clubs, and 3 to a straight here. A blank on the turn, and let's see if Jeff continues firing or gives up
Left me once after that.
when he does not pick up equity.
It's a fun one.
Check.
Yeah.
And he does
Very
elect to
rare
check.
to,
I mean, it gives
spend
me
that
a
long
lot.
on a hand. Very
Andy may make a small bet here for protection against overcards.
Allowed me to make the wrong decision.
You never bluff it. Sport.
And that's going to get it done. Andy takes it down.
I think so, right? If you didn't, I'm pretty sure I would have put the chips in there.
3-bet pot.
But what did you have? Like, you didn't like the king.
I had like a medium flush, but I was worried you might.
Oh, medium flush?
No.
Oh. You will call with a medium flush.
You're right.
You're not that stupid.
You'd be surprised.
No.
I'm getting tired too, man. I'm fucking falling asleep. What the hell? This ain't cool, man.
This ain't cool.
Oh, that's the only way I think I could win against you.
Fold this one again.
That's the strat.
Pretty sure that was the best case scenario there.
All these
Flop,
chips.
fold the turn. Pretty good result for both guys.
Who do you guys think is the cutest at the table today? I think it's Art.
You didn't give me that much.
I like the way Art looks when he folds.
Dude,
I said greedy.
Really? Oh,
$1,000.
I'm not that greedy.
Just work weekdays and make $4 grand a year. It's $1 million a year.
So when are you happy? Like, what amount makes you...
I think the last time I was happy, I was 19 years old.
300.
It's been a while.
Oh my god, are you crazy? You mean that?
Andy with 10s again.
Why are you looking at my chips? Oh. Yeah, I know it's my turn. I still have 13 seconds.
You do.
Yeah, using my time.
10 seconds.
it's less fun.
I know. I also know the sound when
doing?
it's 10 seconds.
Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry.
Trying to get a read on all.
Art's going to come along after Maria folds the deuces. Oh, and Maria would have flopped a full house here. Andy's going to make a small bet for protection here.
Get up to 9.
Stop it. Snap
And Art raises. This is interesting. Art with a backdoor heart draw here, the backdoor wheel draw,
I don't think
and
many
he does
people
block
would be able to
some
know
of
that I'm still
Andy's
very annoyed about it.
strongest ace-x hands.
Yeah, but why are you annoyed?
Very interesting raise from Art. He does not pick up equity here on the turn. So let's see if he gives up or does continue to fire.
You have to keep score some way.
And he does give up.
I don't like when it's wrong. It's not a good
Yeah, but we play like 1,000 hands
Art
a day, so.
figuring he can have quite a few ace-x here from
the right one in all.
In
the
all
third
of them,
blind.
it's
Well,
not even possible.
I mean, if I don't, I'm disappointed. Why wouldn't you make it choice?
In all of them? Because it's unrealistic.
Art thinking here a little bit.
And if you keep on annoying yourself, you make more mistakes.
10 seconds.
Art goes a little bit under pot here.
Coach John and Coach Maria. Mental coach, game coach.
Kind of a weird hand here.
You and John Collins.
Wow, and Andy just mucks the tens pretty quickly. And Art's bet gets through.
You know what I folded? I folded this.
It's kind of strange because
Free flop.
not sure how many ace X
Yeah, what? You had
Art
ace
would have
six or
checked
five, what
on
did
that
you have?
turn after check raising the flop.
No, you didn't. You had an ace.
To me, his line doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I did like the check raise on the flop,
One. I flopped.
and I did like to give up when he did not pick up a heart or wheel equity. But what do I know? Art gets it through, of course, and takes it down.
250.
X Me Fish 1 says he should bet 1/3 turn. I disagree. When you check raise the flop and the nuts do not change on the turn and you continue firing, your sizing should be pot or larger because you are representing a very strong range and are continuing to represent that strong range.
I never go on field. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
I used to. It's not really. Huh? Again?
Yeah, there's an A, the first card you made. Check.
See, I get punished.
Oh, there you go. You're on tilt already. You're so full of shit.
No, I don't go on field.
No, you're on tilt.
I'm not kidding.
I can tell you're on tilt.
I'm not. 130?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna.
350.
Relax.
We don't have your cards, though.
You can try as much as you want.
I'll give you a check right now.
It's not that serious for me. I would never try to put someone on tilt. Yeah.
Art wins 2 in a row.
It's kind of a lame way to try and win in this game, I think.
If you play the player, it's not
I attempt to.
Yeah.
You missed it. It's
Me
not ready
too.
yet.
You saw with the good fold I made into a minute ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
But everybody needs to show one bluff. You said yes, everybody. Okay?
I'm literally trying
Next
to. I'm literally
try.
trying to show a bluff.
I just keep getting there. It's just so tough.
Can I change seats?
Art says I'm literally trying to show a bluff.
Yeah,
One hand after he ran a large bluff and didn't show. I like it.
Full 45.
That was a misclick.
The game's young.
Yeah, you don't have any. Usually when I play until like 5, 6 in the morning.
I got some
I
customers.
don't sleep, and then I need to sleep for 2 days.
Sounds like mania to me.
Yeah, I know. I told you. I need to be.
Oh, I should have folded actually.
Yeah, what are you doing,
I
man?
don't even know why I played. You're out.
Garrett to 300.
Alright.
I know. I know.
Check.
I have a special field in.
Garrett's going to c-bet here against the
What am I thinking about right now?
It helps.
third blind call from Chris and just take it down.
Better question. What
When
is
you
it?
have someone call a late position open from the third blind, they're going to be wide with a lot of hands that just miss. And usually by making a small bet, you can just clear out
I assure you, you can
a lot of those hands that have some equity, but will just fold to a
say
c-bet.
It's not nearly as bad as what he actually thinks. There's no way it's a problem. Go ahead, please. You owe it to us.
Oh, really?
You wouldn't tell us.
I owe you
You
something.
wouldn't tell us about the handsome man story.
Yeah, but
so.
handsome man? No. Handsome man? No,
Don't
no,
worry
no,
about
no.
it.
The girl that.
The girl that likes hits and then yes. Anyway, moving on. What is he? He wants to.
350.
So Art opens this one up. Andy just calls with the suited Broadway from the small blind. And now he leads when he flops the nuts. So we're seeing an unconventional play from Andy. And Art's going to raise here. Art has a good hand to raise. He blocks two pair, he blocks a set of tens, and he blocks the nut straight.
Like I've been in this spot a lot, but
Andy checks his turn over to Art after raising the flop.
it's pretty bad.
And let's see if Art continues here. He has one of the best bluffing combos he can have here. And he's going to go pot,
Yeah.
which I like the sizing. And Andy is going to call and let him hang himself.
You don't want to be around other
40
fucking poker
hours,
players.
well,
Yeah, it makes sense.
The board pairs on the river. Good card for Andy again. Or good card for Art. I'm sorry, good card for Art because Art can have
Jesus Christ.
the aces, the kings, the tens. He does block tens, and he does block the straight. And I think we're going to see Art fire here.
$16,000 is the bet.
Overbet 1.5x from Art. I like it. We can see Andy has the straight here. But if Art's going to have any bluffs here, this is the hand to do it with. Art can't like that.
Yeah, it's the same feeling. You know?
Get on in there.
I don't think Andy can raise here.
Actually, I really.
I think raising is almost out of the question.
And then you go all in. Open your legs and go all in.
And he does just call. And he's going to be good. So Andy's unconventional play gets him paid there. He leads on the flop into the pre-flop raiser. And Art with one of his best combos to kind of turn into a bluff there. Blocking the sets, the two pairs, and the straights. Goes for the overbet bluff.
This is all your fault. You know that, right?
And Andy does call with the straight. That was a fun hand.
He's just trying to show his bluff.
That was my favorite hand of the night. And I commend Art for running the big bluff there. We can see the cards. We can see Andy had it that time, but I think Art chose the correct hand to do it. And unfortunately for him, he just ran into the top of Andy's range. K. West Love says, why is that a good bluffing combo for Art? Because he blocks pocket tens. He blocks two pair by having the 10 in his hand. And he, with the queen in his hand, he blocks. It reduces Andy's combination of queen jack.
That's like 18.
And he's big,
Okay.
and I needed to lift him.
He was joking. He had the highlight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's great. Good thing you did all that CrossFit, right?
my
You might be able to lift
I
it.
was so scared.
How long
Fishball
did it take?
Handmade says, Mark, would Andy have called a shove all in for 5x pot?
Like, how long was he choking?
I'm not sure. We saw that Art only had about 8,000 behind after that overbet on the river. I don't know, but we saw that he did just call with the straight because the only one who can really have full houses there
I was like, no.
is Art.
Have you ever seen
Art
that?
can have the aces, Art can have the kings, Art can have the tens.
Oh,
Andy, after just calling from the small blind after a button open, cannot have most of those strong hands.
Mrs. Doubtfire, of course.
Check. I don't remember the scene. Oh, okay, yeah. And then when it falls off and
The
everything.
rest, sorry, yeah.
We have another 4-bet pot here.
And he shoots it across the room.
That's a great movie.
We've checked all the way
That'd
to
be
the
so
river.
fucking good, yeah. Classic.
John with one of his 4-bet bluff combos
What a legend.
versus the small blind 3-bet.
Robin Williams is often mentioned in all sorts of things. Like,
Chris may be thinking about going
guy
for
who, like,
value
whatever he
here,
wanted to do, he did it.
trying to get a call from
So just, like,
ace high,
couldn't find peace in
and he
his
does
life.
go half pot.
Like that.
Gonna put John in a tough spot. John's thinking here, trying to figure out what he can beat. After John 3-bets and then continues to his 4-bet. And John does find the fold. Dognesbra says, Mark, how did you first start getting into poker / taking it seriously?
that was my plan today.
Used to play in high school with friends, just for fun. Started playing online a bit.
I had the same plan.
I did it.
Took a few years away from the game. And started going to the casino, playing 1-2 and 1-3 once in a while. Eventually moved up to 2-5, and then 5-10 and 10-20, etc.
Queens again.
And here we are.
8 or something.
Andy,
Right?
the big winner on the night after calling off Art's large bluff, up about 33K. John and Art each stuck about 12,000.
But then you acted like too fast.
How great would she, like, when you come home from the bar? Who were you with tonight?
No one. Oh,
Just with
really?
the guys? Oh, really?
Stumpile says, what stakes do you play normally?
Talking to some
I would say 5-10 and 10-20 are the two games I play the most. But I'm also not above playing 5-5 once in a while. I'll take a shot at 25-50 if the game is good.
No, he's just naturally
But
like that.
5-10 and 10-20 are the games that I have the most hours in probably for the year.
Okay. Like me then.
Wonder.
So again, we see a
Raise 350.
limped pot. Middle blind versus third blind. Garrett's going to bet, and Jeff is going to check raise with top pair here, going for a finished check raise, but what I believe is a pretty good one. Blind versus blind on a draw heavy board.
Yeah, 1300.
Now he's going to overbet. And he's kind of taking a polarizing sizing here with a just with a top pair hand, which I do like here. Like the way Jeff played this hand. I think King 9 is good enough to check raise that flop and bomb the turn. Dogness Bruh says, Mark, do you think 20 binds is enough for decent bankroll management for main stakes or more like 50? It depends, man. Is poker your main source of income? Do you have another source of income? How big of a winner are you in the game? How wild is the game? How big are the swings in the game? Does the game play with a straddle sometimes? There's just too many variables to tell, man. Chris, waking up with aces in the cutoff, he is going to open it up.
250. 250.
Top set for Chris. John has nothing. This is going to be a board that Chris is probably betting his entire range versus the third blind. When you flop, you can take multiple sizings here on an ace-jack X board when you're the pre-flop raiser and the third blind or big blind calls. When you flop top set, you're going to want to take a small sizing for the most part. When you flop bottom or middle set, you can take the large sizing. With strong ace-X hands, you can mix. And as for your bluffs, the hand I like taking for large sizings there are hands like Queen 10 with a backdoor flush draw. Hands like that block the stronger aces, like the ace 10 and the ace queen, which the third blind will not be 3-betting ace queen at a very high frequency when they are closing the action with no callers in between. Again, we see blind versus blind here. And John does flop the best of it. He's going to make a small bet here. And Art's going to continue with ace high. John does check when he fills up here on the turn. Art is going to take a small bet with his ace high here, maybe starting to turn this hand into a bluff. I'm not sure yet. A blank on the river, and Art just checks. And John is going to take it down. Debo30 says, how big of an impact did Crush Live Poker have on your poker game, Mark? A large impact. There's a lot of good stuff over there. Love Bart Hansen. He's been one of the best in the Los Angeles poker scene for a long, long time. He knows his stuff. And he's got great calves. So Bart opened this one up. Art called with the offsuit broadways from the big blind. I think you may see Art fold this one from the small blind, but from the middle blind he is going to have some flats to a button open. Garrett with the large sizing on the flop, and he's just going to take it down. Shout out to Adam G in the YouTube chat. GOG says, Mark, what is your biggest winning session? I'm not sure, probably 13, 14,000, somewhere in that range. Not very big. I don't play games that are quite this big, as you're seeing today on High Stakes Friday. 50, 50, 100 with a $100 big blind ante. Nick B. Vicious, shout out to Nick B. Vicious in the YouTube chat. So Art flops top 2 here. And we do see Art open this up from the small blind, whereas from the middle blind, Art seems to be limping most of his range. From the small blind, he does open this one up with 2 players behind him. Always find what Art's doing interesting, even in the small pots, because I think Art is taking every single available edge, and I think Art is studying every single part of the game and just generally making very, very sound decisions. Stumphouse says, why the 3 blinds plus ante instead of just raising the small blind and big blind? Because it creates more action. If there's more dead money out there pre-flop, you are punished for playing too tight. You are incentivized to open more hands. You're incentivized to play more hands from the blinds. Putting the ante out there and the 3rd blind makes the game better. 2 blind poker is, it's just kind of boring if people are playing how they're supposed to be playing, which mostly they don't. But when you get to the high stakes, you want to give incentive for action. Just makes the game more exciting. So John's going to open this up with a mystery hand. Art is going to call on the button. And Maria's going to come along after limping from early position. And wow, Art flops the set and Maria with top pair. And John with the nut flush draw. We're going to see a massive pot here. Art is just going to call, slow playing bottom set against John. And John gets there on the turn, and Maria now hits 2 pair. Wow. Let's see John sizing here. And Art has to hate that turn. But he's not going to fold here. And Art is going to continue with the call. And now let's see what Maria does with top 2. And she folds. A good fold from Maria there in 3rd place. And a 9 on the river. A blank. And when John bets into 2 other people on this flop and then fires on the turn into 2 other people, Art can't be feeling good even with his set here. And now John checks. John gets tricky on this river. Maybe realizing his tight image. And Art sniffs it out and checks back the set.
I fold it, Queen 10. I fold it. Oh my god. I had a bad feeling. Can't believe I folded Queen 10.
Wow. Well played from Art. And I wonder if that pot was heads up, if we would have seen Art put in the raise right away on that flop with bottom set. I think we might have. Maybe Art trying to induce Maria to come along with a queen or with a flush draw like she did. She did come along with a queen. But just a poor run out for Art, and Art does not take the bait on the river, figuring his set was maybe just a little bit too thin to go for value there. And he checks it back, and Art loses the absolute minimum.
I thought you said king high at the end. I'm like, oh shit.
So Art is down a boatload, but in my opinion, Art is playing outstanding tonight. And I say that with not a trace of sarcasm. I think he is playing excellent. I love the big bluff with Queen 10. I like how he played that set there. He's playing well, and unfortunate he's just running into the top of other players' value ranges tonight.
I don't even know what I had. What if I had just had nothing? I just had a nothing for her. I guess so, yeah. I guess anything but a bet is good. Yeah. Wait till we see what I had. Nah.
So we saw Chris limp raise this one, and Maria continue with the ace-queen suited. We saw Chris check call with the weak ace on the flop. Maria bet. And now Maria is going to continue firing on the turn. Small sizing here. I can't see Chris folding for this sizing, with quite a few draws out there. Unfortunately for Chris, he does block these straight draws. And it's just going to go check on the river. Ace-queen is going to take it down. Mister in the YouTube chat says, how do I book a seat in this game? These players seem a bit soft. Well, go on to liveatthebike.com, click on the calendar, fill out the form, and we'll get you in a Friday game. See how soft these players really are. Would love to see it. YouTube chat's going fast today. Twitch chat's going fast. A bunch of people in there, and we've had quite a few interesting hands. So if you have questions, comments, whatever, may have to type them a couple times. I will see them. I will get to them eventually.
When it rains, it pours,
Lord Octavia says, Squish, have you always been playing poker in LA? I've lived in LA for the last about 3.5 years now. So that's primarily where I play. Anthony Argueta says, show the stats, please. I do not have control over when the stats come up on the screen. They do pop up about once every 30, 45 minutes.
250.
So when they pop up, I will be sure to point that out. Art raises it up with Ace-King to 250. Bossman69 says, were you playing last night? I was playing last night. Oh, and we've got a real hand. Once again, John with kings. He's going to 3-bet from the third blind. And Art from under the gun is just going to call. When John 3-bets in this configuration, he's going to be extremely tight. Wow, and Art flaps the ace. Extremely tight. John may be flatting some of even his queens and jacks here and some of his ace-king offsuit. From an under the gun open, John just does not have much incentive to 3-bet from the third blind, so he's going to be extremely value oriented, extremely tight, and actually he just continues for 900 here, doing this with the entirety of his range. And now let's see how he proceeds on this turn. After Art calls, he is going to check. Art essentially has the nuts here. And he goes a little under half pot. I like his sizing. Thinking that John's c-bet and then check range here is going to primarily be composed of hands just like he has. Kings, queens, sometimes jacks, sometimes some wheel aces, specifically ace-5 suited, some ace-4 suited. And now the clubs get there on the river. And John does have the king of clubs. It would be hard for him to have a flush here, though, after his pre-flop 3-bet in this specific configuration. And let's see if Art does go for
62.
value here. He does. And John does have the nut blocker, but it's kind of irrelevant here. It's just hard for him to have a club flush. The hearts do brick out, but John has a heart in his hand, which reduces Art's combinations of flush draws. John's just in a pretty uncomfortable spot here. John deep in the tank here. And he does flick in the call. And Art gets paid. Yeah, John's just in a super uncomfortable spot here. Of course, you would prefer to have kings without the heart in it. But I'm just not even sure how relevant that is, considering Art may give up with a lot of his king-high flush draws on that river anyway. So John Figures he is at the top of his range there after checking the turn, and just kind of throws in the call, even though he knows he's beat a lot of the time there. Against a player like Art, with the top of your range, you just kind of shrug and sometimes have to call, because as we saw earlier, Art is more than capable of running the correct bluff with the correct combinations at the correct time. John Eads says, Mark, obviously Art made his decision based on who he is playing against, but don't you think he's missing out on long-term value on that river? Absolutely not. When a guy 3-bets from that configuration, bets the flop, and then checks the turn, his hand's just going to be what it is a lot of the time. It's just going to be kings and queens, or a hand like ace-5 suited. And Art got 3 streets there in a 3-bet pot, and I think that's playing the hand pretty well.
Good for Andy.
We have lost visual, says who's up the most so far. It is Andy. I think Andy's up a little bit over 30K, I think. Dogness Bro says, Mark, when are you playing? When you are playing, do you usually actually calculate the number of combinations? No. I just do a rough count usually. I've played so many hands and I've played so much online poker. I usually just make pretty quick decisions. Usually not a need to calculate the exact combos. David Miller says, Mark, would you have led that spot with kings on the flop? I believe you're talking about on the flop, and that would be a continuation bet, not really a lead. But yes, I would have bet the flop, just because when you're in such a narrow range spot and you have so few hands, specifically under the gun versus a big blind or third blind 3-bet, you're just not going to have many hands, so you shouldn't be splitting your range. So on a certain flop, you should either be checking 100% of your range or betting 100% of your range against world-class players like Art. If you split your range, you're just going to be too easy to play against. And so I think just c-betting with your entire range there on an ace XX board is probably good. And I think that's John's plan. John's a very strong player. And I think both players play that hand fine. I'm going to take a quick break, guys. I'll be back with you in just about 2 to 3 minutes, maybe like 37 minutes, but probably not. Be right back.
me, man.
Oh yeah, John's from San Diego. That's pretty great around this conversation. John's from San Diego.
Don't even bother.
Yeah, just you would have no idea. It is always funny to be brought up wherever, like in a poker game together, and someone's like, "Oh, like yeah, we're doing LA, and then we're headed to San Diego. Tell me what are some of your favorite restaurants? Your favorite things to do around there?"
I am back, you East Texas cuties. Elmidas says the squish guy has a pretty tiny bladder. I drink a lot of water when I'm commentating on my third bottle of Fiji here. John opening under the gun. We're going to see him c-bet here with the gut shot, backdoor hearts. Garrett just going to have a hard time continuing on this type of texture.
It is, yeah, sure.
Nick from Yuma says I'm the cutest of
You
them
should
all,
really go
though.
work
Could
on
be.
your game if you-
Is Nick from
that's
Yuma
your-
the cutest in the YouTube chat?
That's your biggest problem.
Pinoy Brand
You got a
says,
long
where's
way
my
to go.
kiss on the mouth? Come to the bike. You may just get kissed on the mouth by me. Squish my tomato.
Don't ask me, man. Fuck. Just-
Compelled Baton 8 says, Squish, who would you avoid if you were at the table? I think that's a bad way to look at things. Avoiding good players at the poker table gives the good players a larger edge. You're not necessarily looking to play pots with the good players, but avoiding the players just plays into their advantage, allows them to win more. So I'm never looking to avoid anybody at the poker table when I play.
Guys, I'm getting horny. Stop.
We're going to see Garrett raise from under the gun. Maria's going to call. Maria with a gut shot here. Garrett with the flush draw. Maria's going to continue with the gut shot in the backdoor hearts. We've seen Garrett check back a couple of times with flush draws on the turn, but this time he does continue firing. Probably making an exploit here, has seen Maria fold some very strong hands and figures she may be over-folding this turn to his aggression. Shout out to Taylor Carroll. Definitely not the biggest cutie in the YouTube chat, but one of the top 7. Andrew Province says, is there a standard nomenclature for multiple blinds? What do we call them? I don't know. I really don't know. I've just been calling it the small blind, the middle blind, and the third blind. So we see Andy, the big winner on the night right now, up about 34,000.
It's a good word.
He just threw it all away. 35 bad ones there after. Wait, so like a poker crew, actually. It is like my poker crew, yeah.
I think we've got one more hour, guys. We are not done now. We've got one more hour of action, I do believe.
You were pretty good at it.
So Andy is up about 34K. Now I finally got the stats up here. John's down about 19K. Art down about 4,500.
Oh, that's where I stayed in Vegas.
Chris and Jeff each up about 2,500. Maria up about 4,800. And Garrett down 900, which is basically break even in this game. Those are the stats.
Are you done?
If you need more, you need me to repeat them, just let me know. I gotcha. Ulysses Gutierrez says, Mark, answer my question. I don't know what your question was. If you've got a question you want me to answer, you may have to just say it a couple times. There's a lot of big hands going on, and the YouTube and Twitch chat are going quickly. So if you got a question, just say it a couple times. I'll get to it eventually. I promise. So Maria opened this one up from the button with pocket tens, and Garrett wakes up from the small blind with ace-king. And 3 bets. And Maria just folds. Maria just folds the tens. Wow. And don't know if Maria's just locking up the win here for the last hour of the stream or what. Or she's just trying to stay out of Garrett's way after running that large bluff. But button versus small blind, and she just gives up on the tens. That's pretty shocking. So the stats once again. Andy's the big winner, up about 34K. John is stuck about 19,000. Art stuck about 4,500. Maria up about 4,500. Chris and Jeff each up about 2,500. And Garrett is about break even.
Folded.
Wasn't 2 tips?
Appreciate it, my man. I was.
Garrett is playing a 41% VPIP tonight, the highest at the table by far, with a 32% pre-flop raise percentage.
Right? Is that Prahlad? That's Prahlad.
Garrett
the legend.
sees it is a tighter game, and so Garrett just turns up the aggression factor.
Giggity. 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 Don't be that person. I'll go 350 this time.
Art again opening it up from the small blind, showing he does have open range from the small blind, mostly a limping range probably from the middle blind, and now we see a 3-bet from Chris waking up with ace-king suited. And Art does fold. David Miller says, Mark, lots of difference in the buy-in and the amount of players. What's your strategy when you buy into a game with an uncapped buy-in? I'm usually going to be one of the deeper players at the table. If I'm playing a game where I can't cover almost all of the table, I'm probably playing in a game that's too big. So I like to be very aggressive and be able to apply pressure when I'm at the table and be able to cover anybody I perceive to be a weaker player, whether they are a professional or a recreational player. And if I'm uncomfortable buying in for that amount, that probably means the game is too big for me, so I just most likely won't play it. Ulysses Gutierrez says, what kind of bankroll should you have for this game? Again, there are too many factors to be able to give an accurate answer on that. It depends. Is poker your main source of income? What percentage of your income is poker?
Of course, you have to, yeah. There's no way you can go back.
How big of a winner are you in the game? There's just too many variables to be able to answer that question.
I can tell you've changed. Maybe that was what happened. I would have laughed so hard. At you, I would have laughed a lot. Yeah. It was so good.
The guy just totally broke character from his job. He was just fucking deal.
Zach Pym says, I would love to see Andy and Garrett buying small just to see how they play short. Why? Short-handed poker's boring. There's just less of a decision tree, which is why I'm not a huge fan of tournaments. There is definitely complex decision-making in tournaments with the stack sizes and ICM considerations, etc., 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 but I just prefer deep stack poker because of the complexity post-flop.
Even like the hand with like your diamonds in, like you know, like nah, I better check just to keep the streak intact. Keep the streak intact.
There was not even a flop there. It's not even a flop. Okay.
I think that was a miss. I missaid that. Michael Vitorino said, dude said short-handed poker is boring. I meant short-stacked poker, not short-handed poker. I love short-handed poker. Would always prefer to play 6-handed or less, see more hands, play more hands. I meant short-stacked poker is boring.
Yeah. Even anything in general. Yeah. Anything, yeah.
Yeah, like not even, yeah, like you feel sorry for me.
Yeah. Really puts the effort in. Yeah, poor guy. Poor John. I mean, poor guy. I know you.
The ghost of Banquo says, what stakes are your favorite, Mark? To play or to watch? To play, the biggest stake I can afford without compromising my bankroll. That's the stake I like to play.
Are we gonna see? Garrett, are we gonna see a good game, guys? Good game.
There's just not as much edge at short stack poker. You just don't have as much edge. At deep stack poker, you see even a large difference in win rate between the very, very good all-world type crushers and just the run-of-the-mill pros. There's a huge difference in win rate when you're playing deep stacked. If you're playing short stacked, that edge would be taken away. Andrew Province says, hey, Squish, is 3.5x too big when 3-betting weaker players in position? It depends, but I don't think so. My default sizing in position is usually a little over 3x. Sometimes I will go larger if people are opening too wide or they are calling 3-bets too wide. I can go up to 4x sometimes. And that is a exploit I will make based on individual players, not on my own hand strength. So we saw Andy open this one up. No, we saw, I'm sorry, I think we saw John open this one up. The straddle is on, so we have 4 blinds. Mike Schaefer says, how long did it take you to go from playing 1-2 to where you are now? Started playing 1-2, played 1-2 for probably about, I want to say 4 to 6 months until I moved up to the $5 blind level. Played at the $5 blind level for exclusively pretty much for about a year until I started dabbling and dipping my toes into 510. I think getting to the $5 blind level is key if you're trying to play poker for profit. I think any smaller than the $5 blind level, you're just kind of banging your head against the wall. Dan says, Squish, do you raise larger in late position and smaller in earlier position, vice versa, or not at all changed? Optimally, from studying a bunch of tournament pre-flop stuff, you're actually supposed to size a little bit larger from late position than earlier position, and that is because you don't have as many uncapped ranges behind you who can wake up and 3-bet. But normally when I'm playing cash games, I'm not going to really alter my sizing. I'm normally going to go like 3 or 4x, just depending on the game.
I think we figured it out, John. I know why you're always so mad at the fucking...
Theorema Gregorium says, define banging your head against the wall when I talked about making it to the $5 blind level. Well, if you're playing poker for profit and you're below the $5 blind level, it's just going to be really, really tough to beat the rake. I'm not saying you can't beat the 1-2 or 1-3 games, because you certainly can, but you're just giving up so much money in rake. It's probably best to move up to the $5 blind level as quick as possible. So we see another cutoffers button scenario between Garrett and John. John's going to continue with 2 overs and the backdoor clubs. Can't see Garrett's hand, but we do see this turn does not hit John in any way. Let's see what Garrett does here. Garrett's going to take a small sizing here. Garrett's saying he can still have a lot of ace-X. And we do see Garrett take it down. Hi, Emanator says, Mark, thoughts on no-limit PLO rotation games? I like them. I like them because a lot of guys are good at one game at the other, and there's not a lot of guys that are good at both. Usually, though, those games end up turning to 100% PLO once people get stuck. I've had one of my most profitable sessions in a no-limit PLO mix round by round.
Never make a hand or a good decision.
So John opens this one up. Maria does call from the straddle, aka the 4th blind, so we're playing 50, 50, 100, 200. John does check back that turn. Now he's going to go for, he may go for value here on this river. I'm not sure when the hearts do get there. I think he is after checking back that turn. And he's going to go for some value here with top pair. And Maria's going to flick in the call, and she's going to be good. And Garrett celebrating, poking some good fun at John. And John taking it pretty darn well for being down about 23K. Good sport.
That's fucked up, man.
And That always scares me a little. That's like the one thing that scares me at the poker table. Is like when a guy is just stuck
It's not gonna help.
like a
No
ton
matter how much you add, it's not gonna help.
and he's still laughing and you can tell it just doesn't bother him in the slightest sense. That's how you know a guy's good. Wow, and John is just running into it over and over tonight. He's got sevens, and Chris is going to 3-bet from the small blinds. I think we're going to see John continue here in position. And top set for Chris. John does have a flush draw. Not a very good one. Probably going to see Chris take a smaller sizing here. And John does continue with the spade in his hand. Pretty much a blank on this turn. And Chris is going to continue going for value here. The only problem here is he just kind of crushes his board. It's hard for John to have many hands here that are going to want to call when Chris has all the aces. And we see John just fold there on that turn. That's sometimes a spot where I get tricky out of position and check top set after c-betting the flop. I sometimes like to take that line against thinking players where I'm going to c-bet, and then when I get to the turn, I'm going to check, sometimes with nutted hands, out of position in 3-bet pots against thinking players. And of course we can see there. We can see there that John doesn't have much, but even without seeing the cards, it's just hard for John to have a hand that's going to be able to call 2 barrels when Chris has all the aces. Andy with ace-king suited.
I really want to, but I always make fun of him, so it's a tough spot, you know? Now I'll get it. Because I'm saying it for myself.
Yeah?
Yes, right? Yeah, because you think I'm a big fan.
I didn't see you.
You have no idea. You don't know that.
I don't love checking top set when I'm the pre-flop 3-better, but sometimes I will c-bet out of position and then check on the turn, because that's just a line you don't see people take. When people c-bet and then check on the turn, it's going to be medium strength hands and give-ups. When people check the flop and then wake up, well, that's always top set, right? But when people c-bet and then check the turn, you just don't see them with sets almost ever. And sometimes I'll take that tricky line against really good thinking players. Especially when you crush a board and it's just hard for them to have much. Against someone who's capable of bluffing. Against someone who's capable of value betting thinly. I like to take that line against those type of players. Against people who call too much, just go bet, bet, bet. But against good thinking players like John, sometimes you want to take some more tricky lines. So we got about 40 minutes left on the stream. Thanks for tuning in with us tonight, guys, live at the bike. High Stakes Fridays with Art, Andy, Garrett. John makes a little bit of a light call from the middle blind here, not closing the action. I don't mind this call from the third blind. But from the middle blind against Andy's under the gun open, just not quite sure that is a profitable call with ace-2 suited. Ace-2 suited, of course, the worst ace. Ace-6 suited actually is the next worst ace, because ace-3 through ace-5 are all much better than ace-6 and ace-7. But ace-2 suited is the worst ace. It just gets coolered on straightening boards quite a bit on the 3, 4, 5 flops. So ace-2 is just kind of a trashy suited ace, along with ace-6.
People of average intelligence just fucking love.
Leonard Adams says, what's the biggest game you have ever played in?
I love all of
I dabble in 25-50 once in a while. That's usually the biggest game I'll play. I have not played
I'm smart.
above that yet. But played 25-50 this year for the first time. Last year, the biggest game I'd ever played was 10-20, and now I play 10-20 and 10-25 regularly. Debo30 says, do you enjoy the commentating? I do. I actually enjoy talking about poker nowadays more than I enjoy playing poker, I think. I've just played so much poker that whatever. But like talking about poker for me is still fun.
I like when Dapo refers to queens and hand we played the other day as Venus and Sarita. I thought that was very clever.
That's cool, yeah.
To name the exact two cards. Never heard that.
Is this specifically the, oh, never mind. You know what I'm saying?
And Blakey says, Mark, what's the biggest pot you've ever pulled in? I think it was just under 20K. I think it was 19.9K. Haven't hit the 20K mark yet. Hoping to get there soon.
13.
Garrett with the ace-king suited, again from late position, and Art from the small blind. Like I said earlier, we saw Art maybe calling with some of these offsuit broadways from the middle blind, but from the small blind, Art is going to be 3-better folding versus a late position open. And we're going to see Garrett put in the 4-bet here. Art just having a pretty frustrating day, but he lets it go. Andrew Province says, hey Squish, psychology is inherently unprovable, but I think your personality type is probably INTJ. I think I've taken a test before on that, and I think you're right. I know the INT is right. I don't remember what the J stands for, but you're probably pretty close. Dave Mo Jojo says, how often do you play, Mr. Commentator? I play about, I'd say about 3 times a week. Yeah. David Miller says, you're crushing the commentating. Watch out, Tuck. Squish is coming for your job. I'm not sure about that. Tuck is one of my favorite people in all of poker. When I first moved to Los Angeles, got to play with Tuck quite a bit and get to know him. I love Tuck. He's one of the best.
You'll get the bucket or you'll piss yourself. Okay.
Chris hits 2 pair on this river. Just not many bluffs. He's not going to have many bluffs here. 8, 9 suited gets there. I can't really think of many other hands that he would be turning into a bluff here, except maybe if he had like a 7x type hand and elected to turn that into like a 7-8 type hand and elected to start turning that into a bluff on the river. But I actually think that would make a better check raise here if Art did bet, because you do have some semblance of showdown value. So I'm just struggling to find many bluffs that Chris would have here. And Art raises it up, Art correctly deducing that his hand does not going to be good very often if he calls here, and Art is the only one who can have the ace-king here. He has the ace in his hand. He has a 10 in his hand, blocking 2 pair. And again, Art with what I think is a very good raise. On this river, Art can have all the ace-king, of course. Maybe sometimes he would check back this flop, and Chris does make the call, and once again, Art just kind of runs into the top of someone's value range. And man, I think every move Art has made tonight has been really, really well done, and he's just gotten unlucky. He's gotten really unlucky, and that's another form of run bad in poker, is every time you make a well-executed bluff, you just run into the top of your opponent's value range. And it's just never a situation where they just have a medium strength hand or they just have a bluff. And Art just kind of running bad tonight, although I think he's played excellent.
$9.50.
Barry Kelly says, well, we got a real hand here, so hold on, Barry Kelly. Garrett opening under the gun with king, queen, and now Art, where he could look like maybe he's steaming a little bit, wakes up with kings. And Garrett puts in the 4-bet, thinking Art can be light here after losing a couple big pots. And Art is just going to call. I like it. I think kings as a 5-bet is almost too light. You want to be more polar. If you do have a 5-bet range, it's pretty much aces or nothing. So you want to work in maybe some ace-king or ace-5 suited as your 5-bet bluffs. I just don't have a 5-bet range against good players. Garrett's going to continue with 2 overs in the gut shot. Art calls. Heart on the turn. Art does have the king of hearts. Garrett does not have a heart in his hand. And Garrett does check. Let's see what Art elects to do here with kings, with the king of hearts. Garrett's 4-bet range here, for value, is probably queens plus, maybe sometimes jacks, and some ace-king. 10 on the river, that's a pretty big blank. It does bring a one-liner to an 8, but neither player is really going to ever have an 8 here. But for Garrett, it does make him the straight. Man, Garrett runs good in these spots, doesn't he? And Garrett moves in. Man, it's going to be about a pot-sized bet behind for Art. Pot at about 12,000, and Garrett just moves in. And Art's got to hate his life here. He does block King-Queen. He can't figure that Garrett has all too much King-Queen. Garrett has a very hidden straight here. He loses to aces. He does beat queens, but not sure if Garrett goes this thin with queens here. Probably not. This is probably aces plus. Maybe even aces is too thin here. As Art can have the jacks and the tens. Garrett's pretty much saying I've got a set plus. It's hard for Garrett to have a set here, though, as the under the gun opener. And Art just trying to figure out, would Garrett 4-bet jacks here? Would he 4-bet tens? Probably not. So what does he have?
I guess you just have that hand. I fold this hand. So fucking disrespectful. No. So disrespectful if I fold this fucking hand. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. So fucked up.
Art knows optimally he's supposed to call here. But he's leaning fold, it sounds like.
Shit.
And Art lays it down with the amazing fold. Has the kings there. He blocks the straight. He blocks the flush. And Art just sniffs it out. Wow. What a fold. What a fold. And Art may be down 17K, but in my opinion, he has played nearly perfectly. He has played perfect poker tonight, in my opinion. And that just shows you you can't be too results oriented, because you can play perfect and still lose.
I don't think that was.
No, I think I was.
No, he definitely wasn't. This is a bunch of yummy.
Yeah.
It's a big fold because Art just flatted the 4-bet with kings. He has the king of hearts, so he's blocking Garrett's nut flushes. He's blocking Garrett's straights. And it's just one of the better hands Art can have there in a narrow range configuration. Of course, Art can have some sets. He can have some jacks. Although Art may elect to bet his jacks quite a bit on that turn. He can have some tens. But I think Art would be betting most of his jacks on that turn. He would be betting most of his flushes. So it's just hard for Art to get to that river with many better hands than kings there. And you may say, well, it's only a 1-pair hand, but it's also a 4-bet pot, so it's a narrow range spot. And neither player just has that many hands in their range. So kings is one of the better hands Art is going to get arriving in that spot with the way the hand was played. And we see John betting and floating with just jack high.
Everything designer, that's on me.
Is that right? I'm not sure if John's hand is correct here, as he did open under the gun. And then c-bet and called, so I'm not sure. I'm a little confused. But Garrett does fire on this turn. 7,000 into a $4,300 pot. Thank you, Jace Little, for the donation. And John does continue. John opened this. I'm just not sure if those cards are correct. Maybe there's some type of prop bet that I'm not aware of. I don't know. And somehow Garrett rivers the 2-pair here after turning bottom pair into a bluff.
Sometimes you just lose. When it rains, it pours.
And Garrett moves in. John with about 16K behind. So it's just about a pot-sized bet here on the river. I'm not sure what John has, but I believe those graphics are incorrect, as John did open under the gun, c-bet the flop, and then call Garrett's check raise. I don't know what John has here. There has to be an error. I don't know really what happened here, but I am almost positive John does not have Jack 5 offsuit. Maybe it read the person next to him's. Maybe it read Art's cards instead of John's. I'm not sure. But if John opened this under the gun, called the raise on the flop, called the overbet on the turn, and then tanked on the river, he definitely didn't have Jack 5, I can promise you that. But I'm not sure what he did have. Jordan Kuss says there was a misdeal right before this hand. It might be left over from last hand. It might be. It might be. We are on a delay here on Fridays, so the graphics guys are not. Patrick is not here. Brian's not here, so I cannot reach out for clarification. But not really sure what happened there. Maybe we'll get an explanation later. So we got about 15-20 minutes left in the stream tonight. I think what may have happened there, a couple of guys pointed out in the Twitch chat, there was a misdeal right before that hand. So I think maybe the card reader was just picking up what happened the previous hand, the cards from the previous hand. That's the only explanation I've got. I'm not really sure. Pale Whale says, Mark, what made you choose LA over Vegas to play poker professionally? Well, I didn't move to LA for poker specifically. I moved to LA for music and songwriting. But I think if you're going to play poker, LA, the games are definitely better. You can make more in the LA games. Of course, the cost of living in LA is much higher than Las Vegas. So it's just just kind of a preference thing. Lower cost of living, maybe a lower hourly, or a higher hourly and a higher cost of living. And then, you know, it just depends on what city and what type of lifestyle you prefer. I'm going to reach out to Brian and Patrick and get an explanation for the Jack 5 hand. And we'll have one for you guys. And he wakes up with queens here in the middle blind. So Art's going to open, Andy 3-bets, and Art just folds. Andy up about 35K now. And Garrett, after that big hand against Art, is up about 19.
Later.
We see Maria cashing out with about 10-15 minutes left in the stream. Maria up 5K for the day. Sam Poker says, Mark, what do you think about poker in Florida? Thinking about moving there for poker and pleasure. Not sure. I've never played poker in Florida before. I've heard the games used to be good. I'm not sure if they still are or not. We see Garrett open under the gun. John call cutoff. Art's going to squeeze with the suited Broadway from the button. And Art's going to take it down. Probably just a little bit disappointed. Every time he has a real hand here, can't get any action.
You guys are all so jaded, man. I fucking thought it was great.
Shout out to Pinoy Brand. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. High Stakes Friday live at the bike.
I like there a lot. I like there.
Yeah, Sam Poker, I'm not sure about the state of the Florida games. I would just recommend move somewhere. If you want to play poker for profit, go visit for a couple weeks. Maybe 2-3 weeks, check out the games. And I wouldn't make a decision to move somewhere based purely on poker, even if poker's your job. I would move to a city you like with other things to do. You gotta have a life outside poker, and LA for me, I didn't move here specifically for poker, but just as I got more and more into poker in the last couple years, just kind of got lucky.
Not our day today, John.
Which I feel is one of the best poker cities in the world, Los Angeles right now.
No. It's done. I've lost them.
Bossman says, any chance you had played in other casinos in Northern California? I have before. Once or twice. Normally just play in Los Angeles, though.
Probably not, right? He used to, a long time ago, he used to like do like an hour to 2 hours like a lot. Like he'd try like each day for a couple hours. And be like, nope. Yeah. He tried like an hour twice to play an hour, and then sorry, just 3 out of 5 days. No.
Arknor says, why in your opinion is LA the best? Quantity and quality. There's not many other cities in the world, at least not many other cities in the U.S. where you can walk into multiple casinos and play high-stakes poker on any given day.
And then he tap the table and go, all right, guys, I'll see you next time. Like all nonchalant. It was like clockwork, dude, like twice a week.
John gets there with the backdoor pair draw.
Where's the money coming from? You can't just dump like 300 bigs in the last hand every time he plays.
And he overbets on this river. And Andy just wanted to check it down with his second pair here. He does find the fold, though.
Always, dude, yeah. You always knew like whether it was a bluff or not because he meticulously would buy it for 15 each time. So if it was $1 under 15K, you knew it was a bluff, and otherwise you could probably pretty safely fold. It was amazing.
Like, hey John, how much did you sell the hammer?
Yeah.
We don't believe it, no, this one.
Shout out to you guys in the Twitch and YouTube chats who have stuck with us all night for the high stakes 50-50 100 game on Friday. Always fun to see these guys play. Andy raises it up to 300 under the gun, and we're going to see Chris 3-bet, both with suited Broadways here. Shout out to Sandy Joy. As always, in the Twitch chat. So we saw Chris 3-bet this. Andy does flop the flush draw. Chris is going to c-bet. Interesting to see what action Andy takes here on this board. Is kind of inconsequential. So Chris is going to retain both the range advantage and the nut advantage. He's going to have more good hands, and he's going to have the nuts in his range here, which the nuts on this board is essentially aces. That does change a little on the turn. Now tens is the nuts.
I didn't play good today either. I played
Pretty
John
good
and I
turn
played
card
bad.
for Andy here, now with top pair to go along with his flush draw. Chris just with no equity here. But he is going to continue firing. Takes a large sizing, slight overbet, just a little bit over pot. And Chris kind of finding an unconventional bluff here. Let's see what he does on this river. Could put Andy actually in a pretty tough spot. And he does have a pair of tens, but Chris would most likely take a large sizing here with jacks plus on this river. And it's going to put tens in a really tough spot if Chris does go for it. 12,000. And Chris with the air ball. Triple barrel bluff in a 3-bet pot. And Andy can't love it. Chris would most likely take this sizing with jacks plus here. And with Andy having the 2 hearts in his hand, it does reduce the combinations of bluffs Chris can have. And Andy just in a very uncomfortable spot here. And Andy's going to turn his hand into a bluff. And Chris just snap folds. Andy saying here, I can beat aces. I've got tens full. I've got ace 3, etc. Trying to get an overpair to fold there. I'm not sure if it would have worked, but fortunately for Andy, Chris just has nothing. And Andy does take it down.
Why not? What am I? No, the other guy. I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home so bad.
So this one just gets checked down to the river. And John's going to take it down with the queen. So we've got just a couple more hands here, about 5 minutes left in the night. Shout out to Wayne in the chat and just walked into the booth. So we see Garrett with the 3-bet here. Does flap a gutter and a backdoor spade draw.
I was doing so good.
Garrett going to elect to go for a small sizing here. John's going to continue with the ace high.
Oh, look at that. Core of the earth.
More equity for Garrett on the turn. Now picks up the backdoor spade draw to go along with his gut shot.
Fuck that. So fucking good. I didn't lose a pot for like 4 hours. And then just fucking...
And Garrett is going to take this one down.
Yeah, I was playing perfect actually every hand, and then just bad.
So that is going to be it. Andy, the big winner on the night, up about 56,000. Garrett up about 21K. Thank you guys for tuning in. Shout out to Raja for being brave. And it's been fun. High stakes, live at the Bike Fridays. Thank you guys for tuning in. I am Marcoon, a.k.a. Squish My Tomato. I will be back on Tuesday for the ante game, and I will see you guys then.